It's been 700 degrees in here since you came in. I could swear that this room has been running out of air, and now it's starting to spin. You make me feel kind of bad, kind of good, kind of everything, yet it doesn't feel like it should. You make me feel kind of wrong, kind of right, kind of anything, and I would change it if I could. I swear I'm hitting the floor. I could swear that my stomach just sunk a meter. I'll be dead if I take any more.
It's a joke to me. And you showed that to me. You should've left. I showed you. Say bobbing up and down here. Shit's so damn good. When I be on it, I be feeling so good. Glue when you should coke set it. I be feeling every moment till I marry you. Regret I had a dinner. I just wanna puke. Oh, bitch.
Conmigo no juegues, no soy un juguete que usa cuando quiere. A eso no le doy, 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 no Todo pendiente de mí en el party. Me miran bailando y se le pone nani. Con mi movimiento de safari. Todo pendiente de mí en el party. Y tú sabes, no pierdas el tiempo. Dale, vente, pégate lento. Bueno, dale, no pierdas el tiempo. Esta noche me puse, a eso no le doy. A eso no le doy. A eso no le doy. A eso no le doy luz, 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 luz. A eso no le doy luz, 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 luz. A eso no le doy luz, 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 luz. A eso no le doy luz, 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 luz. Would you be fine if I leave by the time the sun is out? I do not need to put a show, I will be fine. Just let me go.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Veeam Weekend Esports Cup 2026. I am your host, Amu. Today, alone, hosting the B stream, handling it down, as we have playoffs today. Ladies and gentlemen, today on the B stream, need backup for 2 for a spot in the finals and bragging rights all around. 2 teams, if you've been following since yesterday, 2 teams very prominently featured on our side of the bracket. They've played over on the B stream a lot. On the other side, you'll be seeing Vitality versus Mayonnaise, perhaps a matchup that's just interesting over on the Asia. Look at it if we do have some time. As the graphic comes up, we see the map picks that are coming through. Dust 2 sticking true to their name, removing Dust 2. And so first up is Nuke, and then to Inferno, and should we need a map 3, we will be headed to Overpass. Now, interesting thing to note here, need backup, we're the one to pick Nuke. That seems more so in their forte. They haven't played it per se. I believe it was Vitality that was the only team last time against Veeam-Sport. But need backup, they have mentioned some confidence outside of Dust 2. They've played mainly Dust 2 these past few games, but obviously against no Dust 2, not an option for them. Nuke plays a much more fundamental kind of CS, much more macro gameplay, much less than Dust 2, which is a lot more aim centric. So I'm very interested to see. Moving to Inferno, no Dust 2, it's their playground. They've played it 12 times with flying colors on both and CT side. Kenza in particular, a star to look out for, as he played a blinder of a map 2, and so it'll be curious to see how this goes. Now, for the head-to-head between these 2 teams, they haven't played, being on different sides of the bracket, but there is a little bit of a data point for us to go by. Need backup, look to be more so the team that scrapes by, if you will, making it to the playoffs. They had obviously Mayonnaise in their group. Mayonnaise did quick handling of them, so a 13-1 loss on the scorecard leaves you a bit worried, a bit scared. On the other side for no Dust 2, flawless with their little gimmick, not picking into Dust 2, moving away. Makes things interesting. And I'm curious to see how this goes forth. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Need backup versus no Dust 2, just as we were setting it up. To introduce the players, Gardex, Saratov, Nomi, Jox, Itza. On the flip side, you will have Zav, Kenda, Vasar, Danya, and Christy. Players to look out for in particular, Nomi. If Nomi can get on the operator, start frying a little bit more, that's going to be very high skill. He's a very high skilled player. If he gets on the operator, gets online, it might pose a very strong challenge. On the flip side for no Dust 2, as we've mentioned earlier, highlight player probably Kenda. He's played very strong over the past few games, very convincing wins that lets his team go across the line. But everyone else on the team also notable. Sar and Danya in particular have their own individual plays. They're very individualistic players, always going out for their own timings, Alamoing on towards the site. We saw that play very much to their benefit last game that they played against, I believe it was Daedalus. Yeah, both played really well. And I'm very curious to see how this goes head to head. As we've mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, this is a bit of a pug tournament internal within Veeam. And so you've got players coming from all walks of life, all different types of skill levels, so to speak. For instance, just looking a bit over at like a team like No Dust 2, for instance. No Dust 2, uh you got the SAR at around 5,000, which is around a gold noble 1 from I hear. But on the flip side, you have his teammate in the wings, Danya, who's 18k. And it's like we say, it's very different CS than what you usually used to see. When everyone's at the same skill level, most people tend to expect the same amount of plays. There's a level of outplaying. But once you reach to these levels where there's such high variance, it very much depends. Rounds can flip on a dime, where there would usually be a lot of saves, for instance, on Inferno. We saw a lot of teams go for more retakes, always trying to push the envelope, see if they can claw an advantage, and that's just what happens when you've got players who feel confident in their own ability, when you've got such huge variance, so much chaos. At the end of the day, chaos creates opportunity, and it's something that we've seen many of these teams try to go for. So expect to see bit of chaotic CS, but a bit more fun CS, a bit more interesting CS, so shall we say. And yeah, going a bit more deeper into the map picks. I mean, Ancient going out first, no surprise. Need backup have done that all the time. No Dust 2. Could you guess what they banned first? Moving on though, Nuke Inferno being picked, we've talked about that. The thing that I find interesting is that they've decided to leave Overpass at the last map. Now, this is going to be the first time that we're going to see Overpass being played this entire tournament. No team has opted in towards it. We've seen some Anubis. We've seen some Inferno. Dust 2. I think a little bit of Ancient as well that might have been played over towards the A stream. But Overpass being a new map coming through, it's a mainstay, shall we say, in CS, but perhaps not the most popular. So few eyebrows raised that this has gone through. We had the pleasure of talking to Kenda yesterday on the interview, and Kenda seems very confident in his team's map pool. So perhaps that's a bit more indicative of the team deciding to ban Anubis and instead go in towards this more unique kind of play. That's kind of been the whole identity of No Dust 2, hasn't it? Going for unique plays, going for things that they're confident in, which they might catch their opponents off guard, and we'll have to see if that works out. Need backup that are no slouches in themselves. If you ignore that one game that they played against Mayonisi, they've come forth very strong in stopping a comeback from Team 9, who had the most comeback potential last game over on group stage, and also doing a 10-free comeback, I believe. Yeah, a 10-free comeback against Noob as a Service. So this is a team that's got a lot of grit, a team that when things get tough, they'll be able to find a way to bounce back, confident in their CT sides. And speaking of CT sides, I think that's something else that we've got to consider for this tournament. The CT side meta that we've seen. As mentioned, these teams, not professional teams, far from it even, but they've all played together, they all know a bit of Counter-Strike, and when you play in such a loose environment, in such a puggy playstyle, inherently the CT side, I think, benefits these teams a lot more. Not having to act, but rather just react and shoot your gun and have good crosshair placement definitely helps out in that favor. And so across the tournament, we've seen a lot of maps being decided just by the CT side. The CT's always garnering a huge lead. The only time that didn't happen, ironically, was, I believe, Need Backup. No, sorry, No Dust 2 opting to play in the T side of Inferno to begin against Beamtality. That went very well in their favor. But aside from that, it seems that a very lot of centrality has to be placed onto this CT side. So, viewers at home, despite the scoreline at the first half, keep in mind this CT buff that is present in the game, so to speak. It may very well be that comes the side swap, we might just get a much closer game. Moving on to before we go in, I'd like to scope out from just our stream alone and touch a bit more on what's happening over at StreamA. How's it going to work today? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have the news for you. StreamA is currently playing Veeam versus Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise, first seed in their group. Veeam, the ones who come in second place after No Dust 2, featured last night. The winner of that will go on to face the winners of today in the final match. That's going to be happening on Stream A. Expect it in 2 hours from now. While the loser of Need Backup and No Dust 2 that we played today will face the loser of Vitality Mayonnaise in a third place match to be done by yours truly. That's the schedule for today. Oh, got word coming in now. It seems Saratov has been moved out. Saratov unable to make it today. Instead, the player coming in as an emergency substitute going to be Mr. Damage. Mr. Damage playing instead of Saratov. I believe he played yesterday as well, so not too bad of a difference, I would say. I'm very interested to see how that moves forward. I believe this is just on the sheet that we've been provided initially in the analysis. Saratov came through. He's claimed to be an unrated player. Mr. Damage, on the flip side, claims to be around 6,000, so that Gold Nova 1 range, about a pretty decent player, just your average everyday man. It would suggest that perhaps this is a boost in firepower, perhaps Need Backup might have a much stronger showing for it. Mind you though, Saratov did not play bad at all come yesterday. Actually played pretty well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this happens, how this 6-man rotation, whether or not there's going to be an influence for it. Can he really fit in towards their system? I believe, for example, Nomi's usually the one on the op. Saratov, I think, played over towards A on Dust 2. So Mr. Damage going to have to sub into that position. Obviously, we won't have Dust 2, but the same ideas of playing the anchor role, learn to play towards their own site, how comfortable they are with that. It's going to have to be something that we have to take into account, particularly when the players have such a intermediate or rudimentary experience with the game, right? Like you expect at the highest levels, players can play pretty much any position. Sure, you have your favorite positions, but ultimately, if forced to play A, forced to play B, they can do either. Whether or not Mr. Damage will be able to do so, whether or not he can flex into those uncomfortable positions, which he ultimately must. I mean, the game's about compromise. If he would be able to do so, we're going to have to look and see if that's possible. And yeah. Touching in a bit more in the whole game plan. Particularly when we get to Inferno, because I think that's the only data point we have. Nuke, a bit of a anomaly, hasn't been played before, like we've mentioned. On that defense side, the CT side, you can expect to see Christie over towards double doors, over towards the A choke point, holding it. Kenda playing in towards a grave. The rotator tends to usually be Danya. Danya usually the one rotating between A and B site, capturing the utility. And as for context, for the people who are perhaps a bit more new to CS, when it comes to Inferno, usually you need to have at least 3 players on a site to be able to hold it down, to be able to have a very strong defense, to be able to make a retake possible. Just retaking 5-on-5 is basically a death sentence for the CTs. And so, given that you only have 5 players, it really turns on who you choose to rotate, how they do so. So the rotator, Danya, how he reads the map, how he calls where he wants to play. It's going to be important there. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Need backup. Don't believe they've played Inferno, which might leave a few questions for them. After all, they are playing against one of the best Inferno teams of this tournament, I would so say. And so you start to think that Nuke has to be a win for them. If they can't come forth on Nuke, it might get a bit awkward. But I feel like with Nuke, it's a fan favorite map, not a map that everyone likes, not a map that everyone dislikes, but a map that everyone's kind of alright with. And so should be seeing a certain level of CS come out here on the day. Particularly, though, I'm looking at Jocks to impress. Jocks played very strong yesterday, had a lot of promise, especially on those pistols over towards the CT side of Ancient, I believe, where he played against Veeam-Tality. Was it Veeam-Tality? No, I don't believe so. I believe it was hold on, allow me to consult my papers. Team 9, yes. We played against Team 9. Those pistol shots very much gave me a lot of hope, a lot of interest. If Jock is able to activate alongside Nomi, that 1-2 punch that they've been able to develop that kind of reared its head over on Ancient, if that's able to come to life here again today, they might just be able to sneak out Nuke, and then from there, anything's possible, right? If they can get Nuke, then I think that's the first step to qualify them for a chance to challenge No Dust 2's Inferno. And another point that might be interesting to talk about, No Dust 2, this gimmick pick of theirs, how is it going to work out? Because now that we've finished map day 1 of play, group stage, everyone's had a chance to play free matches. No Dust 2, the only team I believe to have played both Inferno and Ancient. By having a permaban like such, I mean, by having a permaban in Dust 2, that's one less map that the teams have to watch, one less map the team have to account for or prep. Need backup, I'm sure, in their prep. They focused heavily on Inferno, probably a bit of anti-stratting. So in that sense, there's some benefit to them. Allows them to ban their least favorite map as well. They can ban Ancient for free, knowing that Dust 2 is going to be banned regardless, and then they'll get their free first pick, the pick that they wanted. It's all very telegraphed for them, so need backup, perhaps got some tricks hooked up on Nuke here. They're in the driver's seat when it comes to advantageous prep, when it comes to having the video footage of their opponents. No Dust 2 on the flip side. Flying blind here, I would say. Particularly, right, because need backup. The games that they've won, they've all been on Dust 2, they've all been comebacks, except for, well, one Dust 2, one Ancient. The game they lost on Dust 2 was a very quick stomp, quick and dirty affair by Mayonnaise, not much to have to analyze there. First map, it went 3-10 as well on T side, but CT side very strong. But that was all Dust 2. It's not like it has to be considered at all. And finally, that Ancient game. Yeah, it was close, but truth be told, there was some difficulty, shall we say, from Team 9 to be able to get things rolling, get things done. Need backup. Opting to move away as well. No Dust 2 opting to move away from Anubis. So they're confident in their overpass. Instead, thinking that they'd much rather be on unknown territory for everyone come map free, should we need to go map free. And it's like Rue and I mentioned early on, speaking of favorites for this tournament, one would have to punt towards No Dust 2 as the stronger team here. Mayonnaise and No Dust 2, probably the two strongest teams that we've had so far in terms of firepower. Add in the gimmick of No Dust 2, makes things interesting here, I would say. Both teams. Aside from that, nothing much to do but just wait for the maps to start. We've had a bit of trouble on our side, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Seems that we're going to be playing on different servers today. The server is going to be in towards Germany. Perhaps ping may be an issue. A little bit of variance, a little bit of chaos in the mix. Doubt they'll have a big problem. Doubt they'll make a big deal, big splash as to which teams are which teams are best suited to play, but it's curious to see how this ends up. How this all ends up. Yeah, aside from that, rock on. Another factor that I guess we can take into account, have a little bit of discussion over, would be the stamina of these players, right? Think about it. They've each played 3 games yesterday. Now they're going to be playing 3 more. Last night, particularly if you went to Group B, played late into the night. Probably around like midnight in their time, into time in Russia. And so, playing that much CS, it starts to wear on your body. You did have good rest. It was the weekend, hopefully. Had time to recoup, refresh, but this much CS comes at a price. Perhaps you might see some of the players, particularly lower level players who don't really have the stamina that you expect, who have peaked early in the group stage, come today unable to deliver, unable to come up and bring the same modicum of performance that we were expecting of them. And in that sense, I suppose you would think that need backup kind of have a bit more of an advantage, right? Got off early, played the first game, got a lot more time to rest, to prep, to watch No Dust 2 play, assuming they expected them to go through, which seemed perhaps not obvious, but the writing was on the wall come StreamB. If they were very dedicated, very passionate, they'd have a lot of tape to go through. And I guess they would be favored in that position. Again, though, seems unlikely that be the case. Meant the fatigue, most particularly, I think, affecting the more newer players. So perhaps a player like Nomi, player like Itza. These are players that, you don't get to 20k, you don't get to face at level 10 by just... Sorry, not to face at level 10. You don't get to face at level 7, level 8. You don't get to such ranges by just crumbing around and playing one of a few games every few days. These guys probably have the gaming stamina that comes with playing and being obsessed with Counter-Strike. Whereas I'm a bit more worried about others like Mr. Damage, for instance, or perhaps not to put the spotlight so heavily on the other loss. A few more questions I think have to be raised about, like, say, Vasar. How are these guys going to play when they are how are you guys going to play when they have such spotlight, when there's spotlight on them, when they're tired, having played 3 games yesterday, when they have little to no prep on the other team, when they're playing an uncomfortable role in an uncomfortable map, in a search for hopefully getting to the finals and playing against even tougher opposition in the winner of that match. It's a lot of things, a lot of downgrades, a lot of disadvantages that they're rolling with here, but that's part of CS. It's being uncomfortable and finding a way to adapt, and that's what separates good teams from great. And that's what we're trying to figure out today. Which of these two teams has it in them? Need backup or No Dust 2? Curious as well on how No Dust 2's map ban system's going to play out here. So No Dust 2, they've obviously mentioned that they're very well acquainted with all the maps. They've mentioned that outside of Dust 2, they're willing to play any map. They feel confident in their own map pool. And I wonder how that's going to change. I wonder if they have another pocket pick placed in. We saw their Inferno. It looked pretty convincing. Don't think Kenda mentioned anything about specifically prepping for Inferno, but can we expect that level of play moving forward on all different maps? Have they even prepped a nuke? Because, well, obviously, to prep a whole setup, to have strats and ideas, it's easy for them to go Inferno. You just ban out the maps until Inferno just remains. It's a map that I think everyone kind of is alright with. No one's really first banning Inferno, right? In fact, most people are... I feel like Inferno is one of those maps that you always see come in towards the second ban phase, and so it's easy for them to have this prep, easy for them to target it. But now as we move in towards free maps, they can't really have that pocket pick anymore. They can't have that luxury. So how's their nuke looking? How's their overpass looking? Will we ever see Mirage? Surprised, by the way, we haven't seen Mirage yet. Such a favored map, I would say, in towards the western side of the world. You see it in NA, you see it in like Western Europe. Over towards Eastern Europe, I hear the culture is more so towards Dust 2, which might explain the No Dust 2 agenda being run here. But I think Mirage, it's an inevitability. Someone's going to have to pick it at some point. No Dust 2 have been favored to not have to do it so far, but going in here, so many of these teams don't have like maps that they've not shown yet. And it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. But no need to talk about hypotheticals as we head in now. Knife round, I believe? Or has knife round already been decided? I think knife round already decided. So it's going to be No Dust 2 on that defense. As Need back up, pushing in, rushing over towards this A site. Overwhelmed immediately. Danya, he gets one before he falls, but the rest of the team now granted safe access in. Bomb plant's going to come down. It's fast here. Sav just spraying down. Awkward though, can't find the kill. Gardeck's the one to solve, but he's done enough though. Brought everyone in, brought in the attention. The rest of his team pushes forward. Bassar gets a nice kill on a jumping Jocks. And Nomi, okay, first one found, and suddenly, one-on-one. Christie, 17 HP, has to go for the defuse. The bonus, the burden is on him. Nomi tucks in the corner. Tap of the bombs, gonna force Nomi's hand. Plays it cool though. Opts not to push, suspecting that it hasn't been real. Buys the ruse. Christie gets the headshot, but not enough time. Not even a chance to escape with his life. Need backup, strike first blood. Fast play from No Dust 2 to try and get in towards the site. So fast play by Need backup. It works out in their favor. Zav just on that early flank, not being able to play off his advantage and let the dominoes fall in his team's direction. You're now into the save. 2 HEs, one already used, and a smoke only available for No Dust 2. We've seen a lot of variance when it comes to these ecos. We've seen a lot of teams get caught out by surprises. Not these two teams, though. Perhaps playing more disciplined. Easy CS. Zav, though. Oh, nice shot. Makes it back, but no more of that. Need backup. Away with the funny business. They've got B entirely for free here, and the bomb plant all but inevitable. It's a nice sound cue. Nice fake. Catches Kenda off by surprise. Bassar to try for something. Damage would be good. A gun would be better, but neither in his favor. Neither on the cards tonight. Need backup with 4 still alive. That should give them enough to buy a lot of utility. Already full kits on Mr. Damage and Nomi. Each set to join them as well. It's only Gardex with the AK. Only Gardex with the real firepower here. Notice too have again opted for a very light buy on the utility. Christie on their signature shotgun. As this time, A seems to be the call. It's fast, it's rapid, the pace, but Danya on towards the site. Gets 2 before he falls. That's really good. Passes with flying colors. Now Nomi, burden's on him. He's being pressured from all sides, but that's a nice shot. Rest of his team falls, though. It'll have to be an ace effort to win out the round. Third one's found as well, under his belt. Seeks around, looking for someone, but No Dust 2, they play it patient, waiting for each other. Nomi now tucked away in towards the corner, cuts noise, and tries to play disciplined. Sneaking off. Might get them nervous here. They've got him cornered from all sides, but such a passive angle being taken by Christie suggests something, and Nomi's found a kill. Oh my god. Christie up towards the bomb site, but Nomi suspecting, aware, this shot, this swing, it's good for Christie, stops Nomi for the ace. It gets close, a Pyrrhic victory, but No Dust 2 able to land their first blow. But look at what that's done to their economy. No Dust 2, again, lacking the utility side. Again, they'll need some, not be looking to win here, not favor to win here, rather. More question of how much damage they'll have done. Need backup again, favoring this A side. The No Dust 2 read into it. They've gamble stacked 5 here. They won't have fast access towards this B side. As Jocks goes looking in towards ramp. There's 2 here. Does he expect Christie on the boost up? Opts not to push in towards it. In the meantime, utility out towards mid, out towards yard. So now swing in. Christie, can't land the first shot. Zav now called upon to pick up the pieces. Can't do so. Only good for the 1. Wheelhouse, gone away. Ramp now unlocked for the T's. And so no dust 2. They've got to split apart. Got to send someone in towards vents. Danya will hear the bomb plant go down. It's 3 on 4 for the retake here. Gardex on an off angle. Gardex, not suspected. Now still a difficult one. Especially made more difficult as Vasar falls. Kenda with everything to do. Has a scout and a USP. Kit available, but this is such a difficult one. Now swaps to the AK. Maybe a chance here. Goes up though, not suspecting Gardex. Slippery as he is. Need backup. Are able to pull through. And so far off these 4 rounds, the eye test does seem to favor need backup. They played well. They have good ideas. Set strats. Outplaying No Dust 2 so far on the macro. As like we said, right? This is a map that they haven't played. This is a map that they've probably been able to siphon out, probably been able to triangulate. That's going to be first played, and so they're going to have much more strats on this. If they're able to catch No Dust 2 by surprise here, go a leg up. Inferno might be a bit of a struggle, yes, but gives them that safety cushion, and who knows, we might just see a surprise. Inferno, though, a far, far away dream for these teams, just focusing still yet on Nuke. More so towards the outside this round. Ooh, the Jocks. How have you managed to find 2 there? Danya head taken clean off, and Kenda 1 for 1 as well. Pushed through here. It's lost a lot of space. No Dust 2 are kind of stuck over towards this B side, and I mean, the pieces have been placed together, I think. Heats has figured it out. Walking loud, though. Lots of footsteps. That's a lot of information going away. Zav, though, falls, and that should be it. Christie, and gun in hand, will be looking to save it. Doubt they've got much more left to play for in the round. That's a nice first kill, though. We'll put a dent in the economy. Need backup. Actually a bit low on creds now that I'm looking at it. Christie, I think, should be given. Never mind, spoke too soon. Not even the chance to save. Nomi makes sure of it. 11 HP, but don't think the bomb will go off. Nomi more than safe and sound. 4-1 up. It's blistering. It's fast. We said the CT side should be favored, but doesn't seem to be the case here on Nuke. Need backup on the T's. 4-1 now. A seems to be the play here. Lots of players though. Another gamble stack. No Dust 2. They don't really have much going for them here. If it's not a win now, it's bust on the economy. Spammed out. Itza. Oh, have you... Another first kill goes to Itza. Itza has been impressing so far on this map. And Nomi now taking the initiative, interested in going for this push, interested in seeking, searching, caught out, manages to find one, and Jock still going through, but it's Nomi all the way! Shuts down the A site. And it's just clean, disciplined execution. Everyone on need backup that we said needed to come alive, needed to work hard for them to impress. They've all shown through. Jock's been having an amazing game zone, 8-3 so far. And even then, Nomi's still pulling his own weight.
Impressive round indeed from Nomi. We get a pistol rush from outside. And, getting at least one, getting at least 2 on the 5-7. AK is struggling a little bit more than you'd expect. still going to get things over the lines. Need backup, put up that 6th. They start this map off in incredible style.
No Dust 2 just going through gamble stacks, and somehow, despite sometimes hitting, the lottery just doesn't go their way. The only round they've won out has been through that 3rd round they were expected to, and even then came down to a 1v1 by Christie with the shotgun. Otherwise, this first half, it's just been red across the board, losses through and through. They look to stem the bleeding now, the buy reset.
Silence falls over.
Hiding now.
Just a second. Smoke, just enough space, but no one going to push through just yet. Ramp. It looks like the hit. Seen him for miracles before. It's all on him. If they end up pushing towards this ramp room, and the amount of util they have should get him off the angle. Oh, they just get the kill instead. It's a first blood in the round.
Wow.
It's going to force such a heavy rotate. They are going to go down, commit towards the B side on the T side, and the decon swing is beautiful from Kenda. Vassar gets another one as well. Sav is already down here, and it's a massive rotate. A massive committal of forces, and I don't think that No Dust 2 really care. They're just going to go walking up to A instead.
All falls into Vassar now. Vassar, the only person in good position over towards A. Kenda checking, but peak spotted out and now put to low HP, sent reeling. It's a free on free retake. The best chance No Dust 2 have had so far to pick up a round. Well, there goes. Vassar now losing out makes things all the more difficult. Kenda, ooh, actually finding that kill though. Garbex unaware, and now this retake on the cards. It's Kenda swinging wide, shut down. Itza, another big impact frag in another big impact round. Zav, no chance to get anything done, just has to fall back. It's another save. And wow, off the back of Itza, Brazil comes to the board.
Flashing in as well. Let's try and get the unable to survive safely.
Ooh, survives.
But is able to actually live. It's unfortunate there. Got the flash to get around the corner, but couldn't quite deal with the man himself. No Dust 2. They at least hold on to that AK. They have a reasonable buy coming in to round number 9. Need backup. Just keep on piling these rounds on. They keep getting steps closer to finishing off this map, and it's such a departure from what we expected after yesterday, right? We were talking about how No Dust 2 and Mayonnaise were the 2 teams to beat. Need backup. They have gauntlet here on Nuke. Oof.
Deep in. Oh, yeah, and now that opens up the B site once more. Christie's the only person on here. Lots of noise. They've got a lot. They've got really good potential, both A or B. It just has to be a gamble stack right now for No Dust 2. Dav's too low to really contribute much. Just decides to go over towards B. They've gambled heavy. If Christie falls here, it's all for naught, and Christie does. Itza again, the big kill. The bomb now down. No Dust 2 locked out of Nuke so far. Sarge just gotta go for the save, yeah. Backs out. Hadn't got much to go for. Need backup swarming towards B. It's teeming with death. And Vassar backs off. No Dust 2 just feels like they've been caught off guard here. Just can't quite read. Always a step behind what Need Backup is doing. Always just unable to get those crucial picks. Mr. Damage and Jocks, what's happened there?
Yeah, that's a little bit awkward, but
happen.
It's not going to hurt them too much. They do have a decent amount of money to fall back onto, but would have preferred not to have to fall back onto it, if you know what I mean. But no dust too. Yeah, I think they've just been completely overwhelmed in this half. It's surprising, let's say, from where we were yesterday. A team that was so confident and so impressive as well. Then again, we only really saw them on Inferno, right? We saw the result that they had on Ancient, and we saw that was quite effective for them too. As that is a weird smoke towards inside. I'm not sure it's quite meant to land.
Take your time to complete. I ain't wanna rock star. I can't be the one for you, but you let me wait here. I'm impatient, but I take it. I know you know that I won't be far. Let me fix your scars. Just one call. Oh my God, I'd be down if you were that. Anything had a way side. You want that, baby? I can read your mind. Let me to give it a try. You want that, baby? I'm desperate for that. You want me to stare into your eyes while I'm putting my jewels on your thighs. Let me to have you at a night. You want that, baby? I'm desperate for that. You cannot tell me that you're innocent. While all your clothes are falling off right now. Oh, girl, your body tastes of cinnamon. Now you want me to turn you upside down. Baby, I finally know what it really feels like. Wow. Tell me you want it just as much as me, baby. I won't be far. Let me fix your scars. Just one call. Oh my God, I'd be down if you were that. Anything had a way side. You want that, baby? I can read your mind. Let me to give it a try. You want that, baby? I'm desperate for that. You want me to stare into your eyes while I'm putting my jewels on your thighs. Let me to have you at a night. You want that, baby? I'm desperate for that.
I've been searching for a piece of me. I've been counting on the hands of time. I love my body, I love my mind, with desire for out of place, out of space, floating higher.
Feathers been calling, my enemies stalling, my people been balling, my team we been wildin'. Canada 100, we use basic tools. Strategies moving where we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Veeam B Stream Dream Team. I'm still I'm here now. Sorry about what happened earlier. We've got Amu as well, still here on the desk as we are looking to get back into the matchup between No Backup and Knee Backup and No Dust 2. And we just got to hear the pissed around in the background, and I can make sure that it is not the way that it says at the top of the scoreboard. This is a Need Backup domination job, and No Dust 2 find themselves down 11 map points to just one round of their own.
And they just gotta go for this. They just have to force in. No Dust 2, look at look at that. They've put everything on the line here. Going in towards yard, these short weaponry, not worth it usually. Mr.
Oof.
Damage still coming alive, but it's Gardex actually to find a kill. Fight still continuing to go through. No Dust 2 really
In
trying to
punch.
push this agenda. It's Zarv leading it, but it all falls down. Mr. Damage staying up. 3 on 2, noted in the corner. Still winnable for No Dust 2.
It makes it possible. That kill absolutely necessary. Where is the bomb? The bomb's dropped outside below the silo. If the CTs end up finding it, we're be having a very different discussion. They're going to have time bought for them at any rate, because Kenda's had to go on a little bit of a detour. But they still have Christie in towards the site, and Nomi, he's walking up Heaven. Christie has to cover so many different angles right now. Has to cover Heaven, has to cover Hut, and he's just dealt with instantly. And now Jorks, he's going to find Kenda first here. Gets the damage, but not the kill. And Kenda's down to 15. Into the 1v1 we go, and Kenda decides, you know what? Don't like the A site anymore. See the other guy, Heaven? We're going to go down to B. Is he even going to? Goes quietly towards Hell instead. This could be the round-winning play. Could find the kill instantly, or it could be completely round-losing. If Nomi just looks towards the heavens, Kenda finds him though, and he will get that kill to put a second on the board at the very least. 10 more required though to just send us to overtime.
The guts there to know you're on low HP and still go for such a risky play. I mean, great call from Kenda there to just take the fight head on, expect themselves to get that timing. And so now need backup. Well, they'll have to save. But at least a first showing for No Dust 2. They'll be happy to get around. Just cannot lose too much here. A bit of a rest stop for them. The win expected. Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, aggression towards the trophy room provides him with so much already. Itza finds another, pushing from outside already, and it's all on Christie to hold onto the hut. He's having to drop back though, has to go for the reload, 33 HP, and Danger turns up instead. The headshot on the first is nice, and the last one wasn't too healthy either. So he's able to take it down. Another expensive round for No Dust 2, and they're not going to have as good of a buy headed into this gun round.
Yeah. Look at that utility. They've just barely got enough to scrape the pretty healthy buy. But now what's the call? Last few rounds, it's come down really to the wire. They need to be able to get better than this. Any luckier, and perhaps it might have been map over. No Dust 2 need a better strategy here if they want to confirm this comeback.
Let's be surprised to see that No Dust 2 knows some Wall of Smokes lineups from outside. Is able to allow Zav to get downstairs. This is something I was wondering about Nuke, because it is so smoke lineup dependent for the T side. To be able to get downstairs without the CTs knowing requires a little bit of prior knowledge, or a little bit of skill and luck and timing. But Kenda, he's found the ramp player. They've already got downstairs. Danger gets another one as well. And this round is actually really difficult now for Need Backup. How do you even approach this B site? You're all three upstairs. You didn't even know they'd already got downstairs. And now the round just feels over already.
Doesn't seem possible. I mean, it all lies in that HE that Itza has. If Itza can use that HE, find it onto Kenda or Christie, might be enough to entice them in. But do they even know that they're low? Do they even know that it's a possibility?
Oh.
Or perhaps Gardex
That's a
just
big
gets a kill.
That's a big kill.
This might
Kenda
tempt
sees
them
the
in.
shadow, but he gets picked anyway by
Oh!
Jorks. And the round that was impossible is suddenly more than just that. It's probable, and it's a 1v3. Christie stuck in dark and taken out. Need backup. They pull off some miracles in this one to just keep plowing forward. 13-3 is your Nuke scoreline as they just keep piling on the pressure. And No Dust too, I have to say, they crumbled under that pressure.
I mean, shocker there. Really we came in thinking this was going to be a much more competitive side, thinking that need backup. They've definitely got what it takes. They definitely pepped this map, but we didn't expect it to go this well. And now I'm starting to worry not just about Nuke, which is about what it means, but what it means for Inferno as well here. No Dust 2, they've been completely caught off guard. Now as they head to their best map of Inferno, do they have what it takes to pick up the pieces? As we look at these highlights, it really just is, I mean, just need backup through and through. Jock's getting crazy kills. Itza coming alive, always catching the rotate, catching the pick. It felt like macro diff, it felt like a mechanics diff. The new backup will be more than happy, despite a bit of trouble near the back half, to be able to take a nuke in domineering fashion.
Yeah. Just keep on pushing, keep on cruising. I need backup. Struggled a little bit at the start of that season, though. Losing a couple of rounds, losing more rounds than they even lost in the whole of the first. I mean, those replays show you just how dominating the performance absolutely was. They just keep on going. They keep on swimming, I guess. And they put up a 10-round advantage as we leave Nuke and head over to Inferno, as you say. I mean, No Dust too. They looked completely impenetrable on there yesterday. But, I mean, now we have questions, right? You lose by 10 rounds, we suddenly have questions.
Yeah, the only bright spot, or well, one of the bigger bright spots they had was that at coming the end of the map, you saw Kenda, you saw a lot of the players, you saw Christie come forth with some big rounds, you saw Danya deliver as well. They're still not down and out yet. They still definitely have what it takes. Perhaps caught by surprise, but I'm still expecting Inferno to come down to the wire at the very least. That's going to have to be something we consider after a bit of a break. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. An upset potentially on the cards here as we head over to Inferno Map 2. We'll catch you on the flip side.
Said you're not on the list, but I can get you inside.
if you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through? For you, for you, for you, for you, for you, won't you let the light shine for you, for you.
Welcome to the kill zone.
Feel the silence chasing me. Shadows follow me everywhere I go. Danger's near, I can feel it.
Say my name, feel that flame. Welcome to the kill zone. Kill zone. Say my name, feel that flame. Welcome to the kill zone.
There's a silence screaming in the dark. Footsteps echo when I fall apart. Eyes behind me, I can feel the weight.
Say my name, feel that flame.
Welcome to the kill zone. Danger's near, I can feel it.
Say my name, feel that flame. Welcome to the kill zone. Chỉ có thế gian im lặng, hòa vào ánh mắt chút lòng nhân gian. Ôi à, phần tơ duyên sao xa. Duyên sao xa. Chỉ có thế gian im lặng, hòa vào ánh mắt chút lòng nhân gian. Phần tơ duyên sao xa.
There's no time, is there? Only ash
Hey, Kyle.
This might just be your night. bitch wanna flex her body. She wanna throw it on me. Grab what you want, you know that I got it. Baby, it's all on me. Little bitch wanna flex her body. She wanna throw it on me. Grab what you want, you know that I got it. Baby, it's all on me. It's me, too much. It's me, too much. It's me, too much. Trust from you and you. Moves and flex on my moves. Do what I say, I know what I do. Girls to the help, I'll fight my moves. Fucking that's somebody in my head. See what I do, say give you some traction. Doing some fashion, so I'ma go match it. So when they give, so they see how you watch it. Bad little bitch wanna flex her body. She wanna throw it on me. Grab what you want, you know that I got it. Baby, it's all on me. Bad little bitch wanna flex her body. She wanna throw it on me. Grab what you want, you know that I got it. Baby, it's all on me. No red, just green light. Don't turn your back on me. Don't think I see right. Just get your legs on me. You can't fuck with me right. It's me. It's me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the VB Stream Dream Team. I am Rue. I'm still joined by Amu, and we are sorry for the delays, but we are now ready to get back into things. We have Inferno coming up next for you all. No Dust 2's map pick. We saw how insanely strong they were at it yesterday. Hopefully, for their sake, they're able to use this little bit of extra time we've had to deal with some issues, to calm themselves down, reset, and then remember how good they were in yesterday's game.
Straight to it immediately. It's going to be No Dust 2 on the attack. Need backup, looking to defend the CT side where they are favored, but No Dust 2 have shown a good T side last time around. This first half's going to mean a lot.
Absolutely. The last time we saw this, it was No Dust 2 playing CT first because they won the knife round. This time around, the best 3. A little bit different. Your map pick, the enemy team gets to choose which side they start on. It is deep backup, as you're saying, choosing to start on this CT side, as they should. Flashes over to the site. They haven't checked the oranges just yet, but there he goes. Mr. Damage has fallen, and he was the only B player over there for need backup. So it'll be a rotator round. 2 through mid, 2 through CT, but a 4v5 retake all the same.
Fast in. Got them surrounded on all sides and starting the utility drain coming forth, but kills all going the way on the orange. No Dust 2 getting every kill coming towards their way. It's all down to Gardex. So far removed and should be an easy pistol win here for No Dust 2.
Didn't even go for the knife. Wow. Locked in right there are No Dust 2 on their own map pick, as we're saying. And I cannot wait to see what we get from Kender on this map. He was absolutely nuclear on Inferno to tie in both the maps we've had so far. I think he went for something like 26 kills, or 20, was it 25 yesterday?
25, I believe.
On that, he was just popping off. I think in 21 rounds, he was just absolutely dominant. And most of that was towards the apartments, which appears to be where No Dust 2 want to head for round number 2. 3 AKs in hand. 2 Mac-10s, a bit of utility, but not a whole lot. Just 4 smokes, a couple of flashes, a Molotov, and a HE. There goes one of the Molotovs, making sure no one hiding the boiler for the time being. And they swing out towards the long side as well. The flash, though, a little bit awkward, and that is one of their only 2 flashes they had remaining. Long instead now going to be smoked off, as they look to get a little bit closer here. But Nomi is waiting on the other side of this smoke. There's 4 players. A wants more from need backup, but this time they have the stack on the right side. And Nomi tucked himself into boiler at the right time, but unfortunately shot in the back of the head by Kender. Now the rest of the players tucked in on site. They're going to be difficult to displace, but they should have the firepower to keep attacking. Now the balcony player gets destroyed by Kender from up top. Christie finds another one, tucks himself up, and there goes Itzer as well to Vassar. And it's just going to be Jorks alone. 1 versus 5. And he is no longer in this world.
We talked about it. No Dust 2, the strongest on this map. Need backup coming off of a blinder of map 1. They need to get a strong foothold, a strong purchase on this map if they want to keep that momentum flowing. Here's the best chance they have. A pivotal inflection point. They win this, they might be able to keep it going. If not, I think the map starts to lean towards No Dust 2's favor, and they might be able to run with it and force us into overpass.
See if they can do exactly that. As you say, overpass will be the decider if our 2 teams make it there. For the time being, don't have to worry about that. We just have to worry about Inferno. Need back and know that if they win this map, they will have won the series, and that's a great way to start winning rounds.
What?
Anja just spammed out through the smoke. Standing in a common angle, did throw the nades to let him know roughly where he was standing. And an amazing shot through the smoke there from Nomi to pick him off in style. But it's Kender towards the apartment again that makes me a little bit scared for this round. Even with the man advantage, this guy is very good at equalizing said man advantage and turning it around. Doesn't find the time, doesn't want to push through into a potential misfight, and ends up actually having his teammates fall instead. Christie dives through the smoke as Kender does trade one back, and he realized that wasn't the guy that got the kill either. There's another one towards A, and just as he's over here making all this noise, getting all those kills, it brings the knee back up defense away. There's still 2 players over here, one towards the coffin, one towards the pillar at the back of sight. Effectively a 3v2 situation. Kend on a slight detour to get towards the bomb. The nade goes deep, but not quite deep enough. And Nomi on the fountain is dealt with by Zav. An amazing entry for him, as it's now all onto Mr. Damage. Can he hold the site? He gets 2, but it's not quite all 3. And now Kenda. Started as a 1v3, but it's now just the 2 remaining. Smokes Banana instead of smoking CT on the re-smoke, which means that he is effectively forced to stay on the site himself. He has tons of other, as you say, should be throwing something out unless he wants to stay hidden for as long as possible. But they're good at double swing from CT, and it's the first blood already. It's the Falls, but Gardex knows where to look, and that will be the round over and done with. Need backup. They put their first on the board, as that is going to be Gardex with just enough time to pick up that defuse and also pick up the AK at his feet.
Precisely what the doctor ordered there for need backup. The money, though, not looking too right. They're going to have to pinch their pockets if they want to... Yeah, they're going to have to pinch their pockets here if they want to be able to afford something up, muster up some buy. They've got the guns, not so much a utility to come with it. Yeah, Itza able to buy one as well. And so No Dust 2, you have to think, advantage coming into this round.
Until that, Nate stacked down Banana, and Danger didn't see a soul, and yet his soul is no longer attached to his body. He's gone flying off into heaven. So that is a brutal first blood to take. Just didn't see a thing, and gets destroyed for it. Zav spotted in the boiler. Realised that with those couple of bullets going flying his way. He's trepidatious. He doesn't want to push through just yet. Goes swinging now and gets the right timing. Trade out by Nomi as he falls back to sight. 2v2 effectively on the site right now. But Itza turns it around, and it's again Kenda. He picks up an impossible kill, but it's just the one. Bomb dropped on a bracket. Vasar left all alone 1v3. Now, the backup completely vacated this B site because they found the bomb. Gives Vasar a little bit of space, but even he could use all the space in the world and still not find this round. 3 members of need backup to find, and they're on the hunt as well to some extent. Right, Nomi pushing through the apartments, sweeping this out, making sure he's not already here. As Vasar just slowly working his way around, and I think he's working out that he's looking for a save.
Like the call there from need backup. They get the kill over onto Danya, and immediately start rotating players over towards A, suspecting that Zav's going to go for something aggressive. They've done this twice now. It was Christie a few rounds ago. This time Zav, they get caught out, and from there on, even despite the nice shot from Kenda, Sar left on an island, and he should be allowed to save. It doesn't seem that need backup are interested in contesting for this. And so a round that is favored for No Dust 2 instead falls away if need backup. 2 guns to be saved.
Why are you swinging, my guy? After time, falling down $400 to his name. Could have been out safely. Could have just stayed in T-spawn and been even safer. Instead, gets the first, reveals his position, and then he goes swinging on a double angle, peeking towards the apartments while Boiler is also there. And he is duly punished for it. Losing that AK and literally just has a smoke to play with in round number 5. Now, Christie has been dinked down to 9 HP by the player on short, but there is Kenda once more on this A site. The Tech 9 at that range is deadly, and the M4 fires through for a second. And again, an impossible round is made possible by Kenda. Zav picks up Mr. Damage in library. Christie finds Nomi on long. And now it's Gardex in a 1 versus 4. A couple of them are low, but it doesn't really matter when you have the AK. You always have that one-shot potential. I think he's just been told, save it. You might have $6,900. The rest of our team does not. They are nowhere close. They have about 3,000, not even, between all 4 other members. Save the AK. Drop over some guns, and let's make a round out of round number 6. This one is done.
And that's the Kenda we were talking about. That's the Kenda that we expect to see over on Inferno.
Kills.
Yeah,
He's at 9 kills already.
Slow. Yeah. 5 rounds in, by the way.
Yeah.
Develops quite slow on Nuke. Now he's come really into form, and He does so both on the T and CT side. We've seen good flicks. We've seen hero rounds. And I mean, that round basically came off of the back of those 2 kills from Kenda. Even without the cherries on top of the rest of this team supporting, the retake so difficult in that position. No Dust 2 grasps control of the map again, and need backup a force on a save.
Did he not drop over anyone? Are they? Oh, this is a really awkward buy.
So.
I think he may have dropped 3 MP7s. Maybe he's just dropped the SMGs. I can't say I'm a fan of this one. I think this should be a full rifle round. I think you have the money, and it's punished for trying to pick up Kenda's AK. Vassar there to trade that one out. That's on the M4 for the time being, as Jorks finds another one pushing through the mid-smoke, but Vassar gets the trade in Palace. And Zav as well, finding another tagging onto Gardex, but not quite finding the kill. Look at Nomi though. $1,750, didn't buy a thing, and Gardex still at 5k. I mean, Nomi literally has a USP, and Jorts is swinging down mid to try and find another AK. Zav finds the body after finding the head, smokes off long, grabs the AK, and runs towards this A site. And what can Nomi do? He spots him as he runs away, but he has just the USP. Should be guns on the ground for him to pick up, finds an MP7 at the very least, but Zav is waiting, and Zav is a buzzsaw. Another kill in the round for him, as he's put up 2 alongside Vassar, and even without the body armor that he definitely should be buying, someone please tell him, it's going to be another save round for Gardex, and it's another really awkward buy for Need Backup. They have 2 members that bought into that one. They're going to be sat around 2,500. Nomi and Mr. Damage should have enough to buy for themselves, but I feel like this is a slight economy mismanage coming through from Need Backup so far. When you have so much money on one player, you have to spread the wealth. This is not a game of capitalism, this is a game of communism. You're trying to do your best for everyone in your team to have everything they need to succeed. Goodbye, chicken.
Was that necessary, Christy?
Oh, it's always necessary. It's
Regardless.
you always kill the chickens. Ooh, a little bit unfortunate there for Vassar. Taking an unwanted death as he tried to run away in bracket. Just a little bit too late to get himself out in time. So another gun drop there by No Dust 2. An unforced error, you could say. But they still have enough to buy from round number 7. Zav as well currently at 7.5k. He has more than enough. I need backup again. We've said that it was going to be an awkward buy. It is exactly that. 2 players on a half, 2 players on a force, and Gardex still with $6,000. I would expect more team play at this point in a tournament.
Maybe they're thinking of an op? I guess that's the best justification you can give for it. Regardless, though, 2 players very weak, Jox and Itza, respectively on the same... Actually, both on the same side over towards A. As the utility trade comes in towards B. It's a push-up banana, it's aggressive, it's Kenda trying to find something. Mr. Damage and Nomi need to pass the test.
We're going to hold them back. And I'm not sure I like that smoke coming through. CT smoke a little bit early, but it does buy out one more smoke that I don't think was necessary from Need Backup. That's both their smokes and the Molotov already used on the site. And it's enough to send No Dust 2 rather, scrambling towards the A site. And again, Kenda on the entry, doing exactly what he does. Itzer on the site is demolished. This guy is just built to play Inferno. The smoke towards Moto makes it impossible for Nomi to do all too much. As Gardex, though, has managed to find his way into the apartments. Mr. Damage gets another... Nomi pushes through the smoke, and now Vassar is killed in the pit as well. The 3v5 turns into a 3v1 at the speed of
That's so late.
Zav is on the far side of this. It's a 10-second defuse because there are no kits. The nade, though, not going to get close enough, and that reveals his position. Nomi just going for the hold because he has 2 more seconds left, and you can't span through that box to do anywhere near enough damage. Nomi going to hang on and get the round in his team's favor. Zav as well falling after time, but he has about $10,000 that he can spend.
Big round there for Need Backup to be able to keep themselves in towards the game. Despite Kenda's dominancy in the past few, it's still just a 1-round differential. Now full utility from all sides. This is probably the first time where we see a true gun round come to life. Oh my god.
If Observer can hear me, can you swap on... He's bought it again.
Oh my god. Christy was the one with the shotguns all the time. Christy just playing the unorthodox weaponry.
From that. This is a you're not crossing mid play from the T-steps. The Negev surprisingly accurate. once you've already fired 50 bullets. But the issue is that you have to fire quite a few bullets for it to be accurate, and it's still not a one-shot headshot, unlike that hair from Gardex onto Zav. Spots him early before the smoke plumes, takes him down. They'll need backup. They are doubling up on these smokes. I would like to see him play a little bit more between them. You give it a little bit more time between throwing the first and throwing the second. But they have bought just enough time, and with the second pick that they found over onto Kenda, they have brought themselves the likelihood of tying this one up at 4-4. Vassar takes the fight into the apartments and Itza falls. And now Danger as well on the B site finds another as I have frozen. The timer is ticking, so this isn't an internet issue. I think it's a server issue instead, because I heard people falling.
We're back.
And there is someone falling. There we go. From the oranges, Gardex falls down. That makes sense. And Danger pushes through the CT smoke. But look at Banana. Nomi and Vassar are about to find each other. And Vassar is the one that falls. Pushing forward now. The 2v2 is hit. And Danger is swinging. But 25 HP in the crosshair just at the bottom of the neck instead of the middle of the head. Puts him in an early grave. Christie reveals his position by throwing that Molotov. And Jorks is just going to tap and hold. 2 seconds left. Tapping on the wrong person. Because Nomi is there, peeking the deeper angle. And that's why you have to be so careful with giving up your position in a 1vx scenario. It allows the CTs to play together, as they do. Nomi on the wide angle. Jorks on the defuse. And round number 4 goes their way.
Good few rounds there. Notice, too, they've been getting walloped, I would say, over towards this B banana side. Always able to get control, but spam through the smoke, slight error, slight misplay. And they've been doing great on A. It's been saving them so far, but if they can't get control of B in a better way, if they can't keep forcing the issue, new backup might just be able to come up on top when the dust settles. Need I remind you, T side pretty good for no dust 2 earlier on. If this doesn't go as swimmingly, might raise some questions, raise some concerns, particularly if you're back against the wall. Elimination point.
.70 left, as it's just going to be tested. Spotted on this corner, out of the boiler goes Danger, and Kenda swinging out from long as well, but he's on the wrong side of A site. You need to be on short, my guy, because that's exactly where you can start popping off. Jorks taken down by the AUG, picked up by Danger, as Zav goes swinging onto long as well. Gets the tag, but no extra, as we're into the 3v3 situation. Nomi running down short, trying to race through, trying to push forward as Danger drops the AUG in favor of the AK. It makes sense, but you've got to drop that to your teammate, my guy. You're now in a 3v3 situation where one of you guys has a deagle, one of them has a MAC-10. Could have had 2 rifles if you played it a little bit differently. Gardex realizing that AK is picked up because he sees the AUG at his feet. And Danger, you know what? If you're going to hit the headshots, then you can do whatever you want. Go swinging out so long as well. And Gardex is there waiting. Mr. Damage, no armor. Any single shot from the AK is going to put him down. Mr. Damage taken away instead by the MAC-10 at long range as Gardex goes for the save. And I believe that No Dust 2 are both going to blow up here. They don't have the time to evacuate the site. So at least the AK save against 2 people falling for the T side puts No Dust 2, though, in a very solid position because that was a half buy. If that was their full buy, we're talking a very different story. But look at the economy they built off of winning a round from nothing.
Economy not great now for need backup as well. They've broken the Camel's back. It's all come down to Gardex. That saved AK might just be what gives them the difference maker. They've got guns on all sides. It's just Itza, who doesn't really have one, unless Jox, never mind, swaps over. Still strong weaponry on either side. This round to play for the economy. Huge inflection point.
Aggression, right? When you have lower weaponry, you can sometimes look for this aggression, and it sometimes works. And there it is. It works this time around. And they're going to go swinging even deeper. Danger caught out. And that there has to be a miscommunication from No Dust 2. The kill in towards the house is nice as a first pick. Vassar overwhelmed by the shock value of having that extra player there. But the second one into mid, somewhat inexcusable to not even be looking at that angle. You have to know where your teammate died. Or your team has to tell you, hey, they're pushing house. They can be peeking second mid. Be careful in mid. Anything like that. Doesn't have to be all three. Not enough time for call-outs like that. Just got to say at least one of them to give your teammates a chance in that fight. Instead, the second fight goes need backups way 2. And then the disengage. Need backup. They got the picks. Now they're happy to play the sites. No dust too. What can they do from this position? One smoke, which should be used towards CT, but they're not going to throw it instantly. Instead, Kenda swings out, then goes for the smoke. A little bit awkward from him, but Christie's there to save his back, and Kenda hits the headshot onto Mr. Damage. The B site falls, and into the 3v3 goes. They were happy to play the sites, but with no utility to play around, they get punished as that nade goes backwards, and Nomi does clear Zav on the close angle. Jorks finds Christie, and it's Kenda 1 versus 3. Swinging from the new box, and Nomi takes him down. An amazing round from him as he picks up 3 of his own, and No Dust 2 have been equalized once more.
Really smart there from you to back up. That initial aggression pop play, deciding to go for it. I think you saw the idea there when Itza decided to swap over to the MP7 as well. They just decided that was a set play they wanted to do, pushed out. It worked out in their favor, and from there on out, they just play 3-2 on the site. If they hit B, they've done enough damage to get the retake down. They know they're low on utility. Just overall, a very nice macro game from Need Backup, and now puts us at a tied game. No Dust 2, not good money. Need Backup, a chance to take the lead here before heading in to the T side.
And this is one of those rounds that can sometimes count for 2 as Need Backup, right? The economy on No Dust 2 is in such a precarious position, especially after just losing that round after just winning. Their loss bonus not going to be anywhere near as high as it otherwise could be, as that is a really deep smoke that has just about spread enough over towards long. As I was saying, there's so little money on the members of No Dust 2 that it's such a precarious position. You lose this one, you're going to be on Galils at best, probably more like 1,000 Mac 10s, so you can have some utility with them. As a result, this round almost vital for No Dust 2 to somehow get a hold of. And there is the first blood. The pick again goes to Kenda. He's found himself at 13 already, as Gardex is tested in the balcony, and the pit is also put under pressure. Itza and Gardex now 80 HP between them, but Kenda can't find either. Zav from the truck, gonna find one. Itza goes down as well to Danger, and now it's Mr. Damage swinging in, gets the first. Nice tag. Zav taken away, but he's down to 12 HP himself. I think Christie may have even seen him there. I think Christie got spotted by Mr. Damage as he goes walking forward. Slowly and surely going to go clear out this boiler, right? You're going to clear the boiler? You saw him go in there? No. Christie finds the kill. And now Nomi 1 versus 2. The bomb planted at default is amazing for these players to play around. They go swinging off that first tap, and Christie is dealt with. Danger. You can see the head. The bomb stick from this time from Nomi doesn't quite work. And that will be the 6th going to the way of No Dust 2. So just as we were saying, it's a crunch round. They pull it through. And now need backup. Need to have a response. Their own economy is not great either. Nomi can buy whatever he wants, but everyone else restricted by the confines of their bank account.
Big round here. No Dust 2 should be favored again. MP7 on Itza, we've seen how much it can work out. No Dust 2, do they suspect the aggression anywhere if it even is to come? Bit late so far from Need Backup, doesn't seem to be anything. But just by this weaker weaponry, they're already at a losing percent. They need to go for a risk here. And that risk might just be in towards these apartments.
Another shallow smoke that No Dust 2 have thrown, and they want to push through on their own terms. The P90 from Christie is going to try and run down Jorks, but he's taking the wrong angle, and Zav actually finds himself in an early grave to Itza, who finds a second. The balcony player's there to help him, as Vassar only able to get the 1, and Itza finds his 3rd. Christie, the last alive for the T's, and he finds his way through to CT at the perfect timing indeed. Nomi taken away by that P90, and while it is a 1 versus 2, he has more health on him than the other 2 members of the CT side combined. The issue? The time. Bomb is dropped in the apartments, and Christie is still looking towards the B site. He has to make his way over here, and he has to do it silently, so his position isn't giving away more than it already is. Need backup suspect that he'll be coming from the long side. If he had committed to going through B and all the way back to mid, that could have been the most Giga Chad play of all time. Instead, going to slowly walk into the crosshair of Itza, who picks up his 4th of the round as they tie things up once more. We go backwards and forwards all over the place. 2-2-2, 2, and 1-1-1-1. Crazy half. I don't know how many twos I said.
4 twos. 4 twos.
2-2-2-2,
Yeah.
1-1-1-1.
Like
Sorry.
you said, crazy half. It really did feel like, though, No Dust 2 in control that whole half. Got a bit iffy, but every now and then Need Backup just able to find the missing puzzle, able to go for a swing, unexpected timing, Itza gets a 4K. Stuff like that's just been able to keep them in. Now, on that T side, does the Magic still keep them alive here? Or does No Dust 2, the most drilled, probably the best team on Inferno that we've seen so far, by eye test, by statistics, are they able to close it out here on their favorite side? Reminder of the stakes here. Need Backup, if they win this, go in first place match, should be a date with Mayonnaise. Otherwise, we go back to Overpass.
I can confirm it will be a date with Mayonnaise, who have already 2-0'd in their semi-final. The second map being a 13-1 destruction drop. Need backup. They find themselves 7 rounds away from performing a similar feat against probably a more unexpected opposition. Right? We saw coming in today, we knew what the favourites were, and we now know that Christie is also a fan of playing towards the apartments, playing around the truck as he gets first blood. Zav swings out into mid and gets the second, and that there is Nomi. The carry of Need Backup has been dealt with for the pistol, and now it's on to the other members. Need Backup slowly walking forward. It's trying to clear out its half wall. Hearing the shot as Zav pushing down mid is dealt with at least by Mr. Damage. It's though swinging against the player at Coffins. Also has to deal with Danger, who's swinging from CT, as Vasar instead will get that kill. Able to trade out his teammates, so we send it to a 2 versus 3. But Vasar is going to try and hold on for as long as possible in. They're all getting low, and there he does. He plays the corner well, and Kenda also survives at 5 HP. They get out of the round, they get out safely, and No Dust 2 put that pistol on the board.
Good round there for No Dust 2. Now that's both pistols, one out for them. Should give them a very good advantage heading in towards here. You mentioned earlier, Nomi, the carry of Need Backup. Generally not the case. We saw last time around a team effort to get them through on Nuke, but this time on the map, it's only he who is positive. The rest of the team not having much success here. That needs to change. Should Need Backup want to close it out in 2.
Ooh, Christie trying
Hit
to
that,
move and
Christie.
gets himself on the self boost with the XM towards the porch, and we saw him do this yesterday. And I said again, I'll say it again. It's not the most effective range for this weapon. He'd rather be under porch, but he does at least get one of the way out the door. Zav also helping from long. Swings back in, aiming a little bit high, but gets the reburst with that MP9. And going again towards the bracket, going to finish things off. So Christie the only one to fall. A kill for him, a kill for Kenda, and a bunch of money over to Zav. $1,800 from those 3 kills with the SMG.
And that's what you expect. That's going to be a setup that you see often. Christie on top of that balcony, just over towards that area, stifling the choke, getting people low, keying it up for Kenda, who's always playing in towards Grave to be able to come alive after the utility has been burned on Christie. Aggressive up banana.
Yeah, the midway smoke going to stop them again, though, because they know that there could be CTs on the other side of it. Whether there are or aren't is maybe a question that you have to discover in your own right, as the nade to Woodpile is juicy from Danger. Nomi down to 44 as they go looking for the fights. Basar gets the kill. Itza, though, finds Kenda in the pit, and that actually sends No Dust 2 scrambling away. The flash in retreat was hasty, and it doesn't land where they would have wanted it to. Mr. Damage holding on. He has the bomb, so he needs to be careful being the first person forward. But he can definitely be the second through the door if they want to make a play on this B site. It's going to be Dan just smoking it away for now as Vassar actually rotates round to A. The lack of information here and the lack of stability provided by Kenda being in the pit is causing No Dust 2 to question absolutely everything. Itzer is heard running up towards short and spotted on the site, tagged down but not killed. Christie needs to peek and he needs to realize that it's just Itzer over here. Finds him as he goes into the pit, but I think Itzer spotted him too. Looking towards balcony, Vassar going to deal with him. Nice swing from short, but it's now Danger all alone on the site. Has another smoke? No, he doesn't. Ran out of smokes, rather. Ran out of util entirely as No Dust 2 realize that A is completely silent. They have to get over here, and they have to get over here quick. His knee back up, slowly walking in. Danger can dismantle this whole thing, but not like that. He can't as Chris. He blows open the smoke with a shotgun and gets one back. Gardex dropped into pool, should have been heard, but he has the smoke for CT. It's going to force these players to go through the church instead. Christie goes jumping, and Christie finds his grave. Gardex finds another. And the church is an amazing burial site for these defenders.
Great macro there from Need Backup, particularly Itza. Just a hero player going in, getting so many big picks on the lurk. Look at how many rotates did he catch. 2 players came in, Zab and Christie, both rotating over to A, leaving Danya all on his lonesome. Danya did his best, but just Need Backup completely outclassing on the macro side of things. And that gives them their gun round, as we now head to much quicker than the first half. An official gun round here. Big inflection point. To tie or to have a 2-round difference. 4 rounds away from winning the map here for No Dust 2 if they win this.
Good banana control though. Claimed by No Backup as they've already gone through the CT smoke with 1:25 to play. The Coffins is also going to come through. It's going to force the second smoke out here from the CTs. Vassar waiting passively, spamming through, but no one there to receive. Still, that is all of the utility of these B site defenders. And that is the reason No Backup should be sticking around in this situation, but the second smoke has scared them. They don't have another set to throw towards both CT and Coffins. They just have the one after Itza throws that one there towards long. He's going to get a little bit of control for himself accordingly. Tucks himself in here on the gate. He is sort of stuck. He's committed. He can escape if he must, but he can get pushed as Nomi goes in towards the site. Mac-10 entering, realizing there's one towards CT1 on the site, and Danger gets destroyed by the nades and the guns combined. Itza finds another onto long as the smoke fades. He gets Christie. He gets himself out, and it's a 3v5. And again, the T's look so powerful as they execute towards the B site. Just the one smoke was needed as Vassar gets team flashed on the push through from Coffins instead of getting the enemy's flash. That's unfortunate. Gardex swings out from Pool rather, as he gets the final 2. And Need Backup again. They tie things up. This is what they do. They may lose a couple rounds, but they keep it close and they keep pulling us back. It's another 2-2 to start off this half as we make it to 8-8.
One of the things that No Dust 2 weren't really tested on the few maps that they played on Inferno was this B pop. Need Backup. They seem to have found an answer to it. Just pushing over towards B after a little bit of presence over towards A. No Dust 2 gonna have to recalibrate themselves after this pistol if they want to keep the map in their grasp. Remember, this is the best team on Inferno that we've seen so far in the series. They've had a really strong CT sides, have shown a really strong T side just earlier on. Kenda over towards A has always been a powerhouse.
Yeah, I really
They
like
can't
this start
control
of the round
this.
T side utility, right? We see that every single time right now from the backup, the Molotov to barrels, and the one tap to the head from Jorks is going to cut that thought in half. Kenda down to 6 HP, make it 0, as Itz has dealt with him towards the apartment. And Danch is just forced to go for something heroic, something outlandish. It's not going to work, unfortunately. As I was saying, the Molotov and the 2 nades really forcing these CTs back, and it gives banana control over to Need Backup every single round. And it's so difficult to play the B site when you have no real angles to fall back on. Zav's going to find one because Mr. Damage gives him the back of his head to shoot at, but he is the last player alive for No Dust 2, and as such, he will be hunted. Another smoke towards Coffins as Jorks goes for the swing, unfortunately missing this time around, but Gardex is already there, and Zav is collected by Need Backup, and they put the 9th on the board. For the first time this map, they take the advantage, they take the lead, and now find themselves 4 rounds away from sending us into a grand final. No Dust 2 were formidable yesterday, but they seem to have met their match so far.
Our players still headed towards A. They're still confident that they can that the Tsar and Danya will alone can hold over towards this B side. More utility being used here though. They've given up banana. Look at need back.
It's always darkest before the dawn. It's always quiet before the storm. We are
Into round number 20. Need backup, finding themselves getting ever closer to potentially finishing them out in a 2-0. We left them in round 18, where it looked like it was just an even 5v5. The gun round went their way clearly, and then able to convert again what I would have to assume was a half. Now, No Dust 2 in must-win territory. They have to start putting rounds on the board, and they have to honestly start playing for banana a little bit more. Instead, forced back by this early util, and again need backup claim the key territory of the map. The flash forward is nice. They need another flash to start pushing for themselves. Nice flash again, and Jorks is completely blind. There goes 1, there goes 2, and we're into the 3v3, but it could be even more as there goes Danger pushing forward, and aggressive as I wanted. Is as aggressive as Dust 2 get. Christie has his XM back in his hands. He's going to throw the nade towards mid. Not going to find anyone just yet, but he tags onto Itza as he runs away. That's effectively a 1-bullet tag for a normal gun, as Kenda saving an AK in the round previous. Unfortunate with how that nade went, but ununfortunate? Is that a thing? Fortunate with how he gets that kill. That implies that it was lucky.
More
Help me.
skillful.
Something like that.
Well placed shot there from
Second
Kenda.
kill.
And yeah, I feel like they've kind of figured it out, right? Need backup. They've always been hitting this B site. We saw a lot of teams struggling against No Dust 2's A hold with Christie's XM and Kenda over in towards Graves. This time, need backup. They've just constantly been hitting the B site. A refreshing taste of change there for No Dust 2.
Throw the
Rewards
half
them
or
around.
Molotov. They have Molotovs
Yeah,
again.
they're going
Savage gonna
so
get
aggressive
pushing.
here.
Flash forward. He's going to swing on his own flash. That's a dangerous play, but he gets 2 for it. And Vasara is there to back him up as well. Sees another one towards the back of Banana, but the smoke from the CTs is going to give them bomb control. And they will use that to their advantage. Danger and Vasar pushing forwards, blowing open that smoke for a brief period, but they have bomb control, and they can look to rotate everyone around here if they want to as well. Now, I have to say, that was, I think, an orb as well, dropped by Nomi. So this is a humongous round for No Dust 2 to win. The economy from Need Backup is in a bit of a shambles after a round like this. Christie heard running away from the A site, as Need Backup may have realized that A is clear, but the bomb is not with them. As such, it does not really matter. The re-smoke towards bottom banana going to mean that Gardex still has no way forward. He's going to need to wait until about 20 seconds left in the round before that fades, and he might be able to push through then. In the meantime, it's the A players from Need Backup pushing forwards in their own right. They get through CT, but Christie is waiting. This is the other way into Banana. It's known about, and Christie is dealt with. That's going to force the turnaround from Vasar at the very least. The re-smoke again is going to force the push through that smoke. And now it's the players from CT pushing forward, and they absolutely just have to go. Mr. Damage, the last one alive, is just going to walk into the buzzsaw that is Kenda once more, as No Dust 2 hold on. They go aggressive in Banana, they play for it, and they've started fighting back. The utility finally in their favor, and the money also. Need back up onto the eco for this one so they can buy into round 23. At which point we're suddenly talking about the potential for the game decided. This one should, and I say should, be simple. However, there is no such thing as a simple round in Counter-Strike.
Fast towards A, it's a different call here.
Christie completely caught off, gets the first on the retreat. Duck can't get the second as Kenda on the spray down gets 3! A godly performance. He goes tapping onto long, can't quite find that kill. Understandable after getting that spray down. The shotgun though is forced to reload and Zav finds his face instead. Kenda once more. You test him in the pit and you find yourselves in an early grave. This guy is unstoppable. You cannot head towards A. You have to play for Banana as need backup. But we've now seen No Dust 2 happy to fight that as well. Where do you go?
That's kind of what we talked about, right? The difficulty, the true star potential of No Dust 2 lies over on that A site. It's so difficult to penetrate fourth. And so Banana, it looks much more weaker, but now they've got a strong stranglehold on it. But now they've only placed one player. If Vasar falls here, huge round for need backup. Whoever wins this, huge momentum, guarantees that they're allowed to at least go OT, if not just win all right.
On the other side of things, need backup. They're going to be up against a full buy round if they end up taking the L. They end up taking the W, rather, in this one here. No Dust 2. They have 2 buys in them, including the one that they're on. Back up. Very much the opposite. They are going to be struggling, and Kenda struggling for timing as he throws the Molotovs to the apartments and realizes that it's all on him once more. The smoke towards the apartments is a little bit late, but he's going to be able to just get it in time to see them coming through. Gets the first, drops back into the pit, gets the second, the third on the site as well, and he has won the round once more for his team. It's not quite over yet because Nomi is still alive, but finally Kenda picks him up as he picks up a 4th in the round to say you are not allowed towards the pit. If you want to go A, you got to go through long. Honestly, if you want to go B, it feels like you got to go through long to go through CT as well. Because I think pit is a no-go zone, and Banana as well at the start of these rounds feels like a secondary no-go zone. Kenda, again, performing. 28 kills in the 23 rounds so far, and need backup a scrambling.
That's a new kill record for him. 26 last time was enough to get his team across the edge. This time pushed even further. Need backup. I think they've read the writing on the wall. A doesn't look very feasible. They're pushing more towards Banana once more, and that's a big kill to find. Zav falling. Still 2 players here, though. Do they call for the push?
It's a big pick nonetheless. Vasar also down to half HP, and No Dust 2. They lose the fight in Banana to start things off, and you can see how passive they want to play it because of that smoke. No footsteps heard, no nades pulled, but the smoke and the Molotov invested. Itza spotted on the close angle with Christie again, just the XM. Not going to be doing much from that type of a range. Needs to get closer somehow, but that involves being committed even further, and it looks like B is going to be the answer here. The second smoke deployed with 50 seconds left. That's going to go with 30 on the clock. Need backup can play this towards B if they want, but instead they rotate round towards A and Kenda punches them once more. It's down to 12. Another one hits the floor as Jorks is the one to go down and Kenda just keeps on going. Nomi looking to get himself over towards these oranges, but there's a player boosted on CT and there's a player at second oranges. So close to spotting the head. Might have found it already, but Danger instead from the boost is going to get that first kill on the B site. They both drop down. Danger escapes and Nomi holds on. He's the last player at full HP and Kenda finds another on the rotate. That was the crunch man. That was Itza who's going to be coming through from CT. He is gone, but Christie is also going to be taken out. It's Danger right now, the only one close to try and hold this site to stop it from being bombed going down. He can't tap the head. Finally, it goes down, and there's not even a swing from Gardex as the round is over. They lose it on time in the final round. Round number 24 goes No Dust 2's way, as that is an insane way to finish off a map.
Nail biter through and through. It felt like No Dust 2 were caught in the back, caught lacking, but now they're able to come forth and a brilliant string of rounds bring us all the way back and winning it still in regulation. And so for the first time this tournament, we'll be going to overpass. I don't think we've played Overpass yet this tournament. This is going to be so interesting. Both teams complete anomalies on this map. We'll just have to wait and see how it goes.
These highlights, bro, it's so fun to watch. Kenda, every single time, it felt like he was just able to enter onto wherever he wanted with that AK. Give him an AK, and this man will feed families. So strong with that rifle, and again, entering onto that B site there. But it was so close at the half. It was 6-6. And a great, honestly, that's a decent T side as well from No Dust 2. Putting up 6, not an easy feat, especially against a team with the prowess of Need Backup. But the turnaround was huge. Need Backup putting 5 rounds instantly. It felt like on their own T side. We thought it would be enough, but that is where No Dust 2 brought it all the way back. 5 in a row to finish things off. It's just a little stretch too far for Need Backup. We give the A stream a little bit more of a rest. We get to stick here for a whole other map. Now, we'll get into Overpass as soon as we can, of course. It's going to be a little bit of time between these two maps, these two teams. Take a break, take a breather. Use whatever facilities they may need to. As you say, both teams untested. Anomalies, I think, is a great word that you used. We have no idea how these two teams are going to be playing. But if Kenda's performance on Inferno is anything to go by, I'd be scared to go anywhere near where he is anchoring.
And like this match has to be energizing, right? For No Dust 2, coming off of that stomp, that thrashing that they saw over on Nuke, coming back when it looked like things were not going their way, being able to have that resolve to come alive. Everyone on the team making big plays. Kenda, of course, we've shouted him out so many times, but Christy as well, Danya, just everyone coming to life when needed most. It's got to feel good for them, and now I think pressure gonna be on. It's just gonna be on Need Backup. Need Backup. They felt like that round was supposed to be in that map was supposed to be in their hands. They're supposed to be go up 2-0, but now map 3 it slipped away. Can they find something else to bounce back? For the first time, this is a team that we said does a lot of comebacks. This is a team that we said had an iron mental. This is a team that we said has always never quitting up. I'm so curious to see whether or not they still have it in them. After such a crushing defeat, can they come back in time to make it to the grand finals? But that's all going to have to come after a pause. It's a quick break for us. And we'll be coming back with you guys real soon with map 3. Catch you all on the flip side.
Welcome everyone back to the B team, B stream dream team. I've made this and I just can't remember it. That's awful for me. I do this. How? I'm disappointed in myself, honestly.
Jeez.
But at any rate, we are headed over to the overpass for map number 3 in this series. A massive comeback at the end there from No Dust too. They pull things back from 11 to 8 to 13-11 to finish it out in overtime and send us to this map number 3. Weren't sure if it was going to happen from them. A-Stream, by the way, already done a duster with. Mayo and Essie finishing off Veeam in, honestly, quite easy fashion. They haven't put up much of struggle there. 13-1 on the second map. After a 13-9, that was a little bit closer in map 1. On ours, we've had a 13-3 in favor of Need Backup on Nuke. And then that 13-11, as we were just saying, headed over to Overpass now. You look at those two maps, you'd probably say that Need Backup are favored. However, No Dust 2, they're the 1 seed for a reason from their group. They were absolutely dominant yesterday. A lot of it was by playing on Inferno. We'll give them that. They won Inferno. Now on to Overpass, these two teams completely untested. I mean, is there anything we could even predict about these two teams right now?
Not really much, but I can tell you who the biggest winner of this all is. It's going to be Mayonnaise. Regardless of who wins here, Mayonnaise going to have so much more prep, so much more tape on their opponents, going to have an understanding of how Overpass plays. That's something that the A-Stream's going to have to dissect later on, but I think it's just interesting to keep that in mind. The A-Stream finishing so early, they're for sure watching this stream like a hawk, trying to figure out how to dissect their opponent's plays, figuring out where their opponents is weak, and about that, figuring out where their opponents are weak, I think
street boy you want me to. I just can't measure up, no, not in sync with the fashion. I ain't got the passion, never gonna be what you want. That street boy you want me to. I just don't dress the part, no, I ain't got Nikes and my hair ain't spiky, and we both know that I can't be your backstreet. Stop the world tonight. You run away, just you and go. Me and your friends really not that tight, ho. It's all good now, they all had to cut you off. I knew something was wrong. I shouldn't have to call you back, 'cause now you're mad and you think I dropped the ball. That's a bridge I had to cross, not my fault that you're pissed off. You shouldn't have to treat me like this, treat me like this. Now I'm all alone once again.
Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We can take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever bounce? Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm?
Stranded in the open, dried out tears of sorrow.
Okay, everyone, welcome back to the B stream. We have the Dream team here, and we still have the round in progress. Nomi getting that kill there, as it is an interesting game set we found ourselves in. Zav going to be taken out as we go to 5-5, and I feel like we've been here before. The story of Nuke, perhaps a little bit different from what we're seeing right now, but the story of Inferno has got to be pretty familiar to these two teams at this point. 5-5, as No Dust 2 find themselves in a really awkward position. Do they buy into this, or do they save for the final? I mean, 1900 loss bonus? Looks like they're going to choose to go into this round in particular, as Kenda is once again putting up a heroic performance. 15-5. He is keeping his side in this one.
In the meantime, much more balanced approach from Need Backup. It really has just been the Kenda show, hasn't it? He's activated since Inferno. He continues to hold down the fort for No Dust 2, but it's still a close game, and now on the eco. It's not him who has the gun. Vasar has the luxury of such. How does Need Backup play this?
It's all on Zav. All on
Zav?
Zav. He needs to be so
Zav's gonna
careful with
get
how
one
far he
cheer.
swings. Kenda puts up number 16 as he goes swinging even deeper, and he's going to get punched, but Zav is on the fast flank. Gets the first dink, gets the kill. Just about. Yeah, a little bit sketchy, but he gets it done. And now he goes swinging out from the party as well. Can't get the damage, can't get the shots, can get the kill, but that's all he gets. 2 for 2, or 2v2, as we head into the clutch situations. Christie in the perfect position to catch the rotate if they went through the connector instead. It will be Jorks going the long way around. Vasar on the A site. He's still sitting up here pretty for the time being, but Christie is not going to spot this. I don't even think he heard it. And it's going to mean that they're a little bit late to this play. Drops into short. Made a noise, but I don't think that was heard either. As the double smoke comes through, a small miscommunication there from the T side. And the bomb gets planted. The spam is nice, but Gardex is already here in CT. He knows he doesn't need to wait for the trigger discipline because the short player exists. He can just go fighting, and he will take that kill, meaning that it is Christie in a 1 versus 2, and Jorks deals with him at the entrance to Monster. So a 6th on the board. That was a save from No Dust 2. I think they probably could have committed into that, especially with Vasar buying up. But they chose to go half, and they very nearly got it done anyway. Good damage dealt economically to Need Backup, but it's a little bit late for that to have all too much of an impact. Instead, moving to the final round of the half, Need Backup with a perfect buy, No Dust 2 with a FAMAS and a P90 to their names. And they're going fighting. Wow.
Early
Jorks.
fight.
Just picking up the first. It's there for the second. The big fight towards the fountain is dealt with emphatically by Need Backup, and No Dust 2 are scrambling into a really awkward situation. Danger spotted as he tried to get in towards a connector. Realizes that, and he's going to get smoked off at the top of Con. Christie trying to work out where these guys are going. Rotated off this A site because they thought they were going B, but instead got baited around, and he now has to work his own way up from the CT stairs. Time of the essence. Bomb nearly halfway ticked already, and this round is surely just impossible. The nade to the truck is nice, but there's no one there to receive it from Danger. And Jorks is going to get dealt with at least in the bank. Danger gets his first on as well, as Itza is taken away. They're pushing forward, they're getting closer, but it's still incredibly difficult, and Gardex is on the flank of the year. Doesn't matter at all, Mr. Damage gets the kills, and that is the round over and dealt with. Need backup, put 7 on the T side of Overpass. 3 in a row there at the end to secure an amazing half for themselves.
Looking at the statistics, by the way, of all the rounds that No Dust 2 got, there was 4 that were still retakes. It kind of shows and suggests to me that Need Backup were at least able to keep the rounds close, keep them competitive. No Dust 2 maybe a bit more fortunate to have come off just a 2-round difference. But again, now, them to be on the T side, it's Need Backup on CT. We've said the CT side has had an advantage over the past few games. We'll have to see if that still continues to ring true. Ball now in Need Backup's court. If they win a pistol here, it will be great for them. Extend their lead ever further. Gives them a 4-round cushion. I believe. No, 3-round cushion. To be able to
Team names
clear up this final map and go in. Yeah.
Because they had to manually switched, but it's fine. No Dust 2 are attacking now. They're on that T side and Need Backup defending towards A with just Itza in the pistol. It's going to be the 4-player B lean from No Dust 2 as Nomi is waiting here. 2 guns, 1 smoke. Not the video you may have watched in your past, but that is going to be holding on and falling back and falling down instead. Gardex dinked up at the barrels as well, but he survives for the time being. Nice nade. Going to put some chip damage onto that monster player, but Genda just walking forward.
Porque me miras así, como si fuera a caer. Pero tú no sabes de mí, lo que yo puedo hacer. Siento la fuerza crecer, ya no me puedo esconder. Las voces que me quieren parar, solo me hacen nada.
We're going to keep things going. We are sorry about tech issues. We are trying to get them sorted, of course, as we go on through. We do need those team names flipped at the top because Kenda is definitely on No Dust 2. But at any rate, 9-7 now the score. So it's been 2-2 to start this half off. We can assume that Need Backup probably won the pistol from the position they were in. And it looks like a conversion into then the gun rounds going Need Backup's way. This here, the force back after potentially losing the previous, would be my guess. Maybe it's gone like 1-2-1 so far. As Need Backup in a pretty solid position on the CT side, but they are low on util and low on now map control as well. They have the connector player who absolutely has to stay alive. It's in there, and he's going to win the fight, which is pivotal. He is the linchpin in this defense. There are 3 members here towards the B side. He's going to get the second as well. Kenda caught looking in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Zav down to 33 HP as well. Great job there by Itza in the connector to hold on for as long as possible as Mr. Damage drops all the way back to site itself. Swinging towards long, he has to hold both, and he gets a beautiful tag as well onto Danger. Flashes over, flashes deep. Smoke off is an awkward position, but should allow them a bit more space. But Nomi is here as well as he goes a little bit wide on that spray. He knows it. The car door knows it, but Gardex doesn't have a clue about when the flank is hitting. He sees one, but Zav should have heard him running. Gardex pushing forward. Vasar trades that kill onto Nomi, but there comes the hard flank. Zav realized that there was someone coming, but oh my god, like ships in the night, he sneaks past. He gets downstairs,
Heard it.
making
Oh,
the
hear it.
noise, and Jorks has definitely heard that from CT. Zav not allowed to cross to the site. Jorks playing that deeper angle to make sure he had that fight guaranteed. As that is Need Backup, moving up to 10, 3 away from taking themselves into the grand final.
And now it's another eco. So Need Backup should be going up to 11 here. That puts them 2 away from winning out, being our finalists from this side of the bracket. And they've definitely improved, Need Backup. Come a long way from what we saw yesterday. Massive improvement. Just in this BO3, they've shown off great resilience.
Maybe
And
they
now
should play
in
as
the
much
lead.
dust too, I'm just saying. They seem to have done great elsewhere.
Yeah.
As Itza picks up 2 more in the connector, looking for the third, but finally Vasar there to trade. So that's 1 gun back in the hands of the T's. As well as that kill going over Merriman, it was just a couple of upgraded pistols, a little bit of armor. Not much loss bonus for Need Backup in this one to be ecoing from, as Kenda actually buying up with Zav. A really awkward split by here from No Dust 2 as the miscommunication again strikes. 2 players up towards short as another one jump spotting. This is an impossibility to try and push into. Nomi, though, getting shot in the back. One is getting shoot out from the front. And Christie's going to get a TK as well. Okay. An interesting hold, but they hold on to short nonetheless. And No Dust 2 take us to 11. 2 away now from that all-important 13. Need back. No Dust 2, on the other hand, needing to put rounds together starting from right now.
They still can't buy. It's still a
They
save.
could have at least forced.
They're just giving up it. They're just going to give it up, hoping for a miracle. Otherwise, it's 12. 5 chances
They need
for
5 in a row to
backup.
send it to OT. They're going to go fast through the monster. Maybe this was a play anyway. Just go Tech 9s. Kenda go fight. Kenda go kill. But Nomi, he plays the trigger discipline, plays for the bomb plant. He gets 1, 2, 3.
Nomi!
Not quite the 4 as Danja finally puts him down. And Christie from the connector still keeps the numbers advantage. That's how effective those entry picks were onto the site. Nomi had to go nuclear, and 3 might not have been enough. The smoke towards site is nice from Christie. Gives himself a little bit of space to work around as Itza is on the AWP. Wrong angle for the fight, goes P250 instead. The Asimov looks lovely, but does it have what is required of him? No head armor on these T's, by the way, as he finds the first looking towards Monster. Danger caught, and now Christie in the 1v1. The headshot with the P250 is perfect from Itza, and it is now 12-7. No Dust 2 thought they'd found a round out of nothing. The aggression on the B site was effective, but Itza pulls through in the 1v2. No head armor coming back to bite those T players. And now 5 map points, 5 series points 5 grand final points for Need Backup.
What a cerebral play there from Nomi. All of his teammates die. Kenda does good to push out on towards the site. It's unexpected, but instead of just panicking and immediately going for the trade, he realizes that he's a lot of teammates who've all fallen. They probably won't be expecting him, and he's able to just catapult the team, get that big free K, put Itza up for the clutch. And now they stand on match point, and Gardex getting that kill's big. Just 4 kills remaining, separating Need Backup from Grand Finals.
Make that 2. In the blink of an eye, 4 becomes 2, and No Dust 2 are on the brink of elimination. Itza on the A site, puts it down to 1. It goes half again. He might get killed by Zav here, at least on the Galil. That is something going back his way, but it is a 1v5 required of him to keep No Dust 2 in the game, and Jorks stops it before it even properly starts. Need Backup, take Overpass in convincing fashion, and actually, over the course of today, look like the better teams. We're going to get some highlights. Of course, we can't get the whole of the game in this one because of all of our different issues with servers and such. But still, game is over, and Need Backup are progressing to the grand finals, play up against the members of their own group that gave them so much struggle yesterday. Lest I remind you, Mayonnaise against Need Backup was a 13-1 in favor of Mayonnaise.
But different kind and absolutely different team that's come up tier today. Need Backup. They look much better. Getting I mean, an upset win, I would say, Rue. I don't know if you agree, but No Dust too. Coming in, first seed, felt like they were going to be the strongest team. Felt like it was going to be a clash between them and Mayonnaise for the title. But here, an upset shock, and Need Backup, they might just have something else more in the tank. But that's something for Stream A to dissect. As we move on to Stream B here, we'll be going to the 3rd place match. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. No Dust 2, who you've just seen, taking on Veeam-Tality to determine who goes home in a podium position and who is the greatest loser doesn't sound quite right. Best losing team, shall we say, of this tournament.
I think we could be something so good. So good. So good. So good. I think we could be something so good.
Just break my heart.
Welcome back, everyone, to the B Team Dream Team. We are here ready to get going into our third place playoff. We're going to have No Dust 2 and Veeam-Tality in the lower bracket final, I guess you can call that if you must. We have got our V2 come through, though it has literally just come through. So I would be shocked if we have the graphic ready already. But I can reveal that it is No Dust 2 banning Dust 2. Shocker. Dava in side of Veeam-Tality getting rid of Overpass. Then we have Inferno and Mirage coming through for both these two teams be playing once more, which I think will be absolutely amazing, especially watching another Inferno courtesy of Kenda. And then our final map is going to be Anubis after that second rotation of bans. So Inferno, Mirage, and then Anubis. Nice best of 3 for us here on the B stream as we just waiting on the players to get ready. As I say, the V2 literally just happened, so we are going to be a little bit of time. That gives us a little bit of time to talk and set up what's happening in our third place playoff.
I like to set up the map pool since we're on the discussion of that. Very curious that Veeam-Tality has decided to ban Overpass. That's literally the map that, I mean, look at the game state. They minus us 2. That makes sense. That was pretty obvious. Anyone could have expected that. And then Inferno. They were the best Inferno team. They still remain the best Inferno team. No Dust 2, that is. I would say they're still unbeaten on that map. They've shown a bit of weakness, but they've managed to cover it up. They've managed to pro a really solid understanding of that map. Precisely Kenda as well, over towards Grave. We've been talking about him so much. But yet they still decide to let it through, minus Overpass. That suggests to me a bit more of a permaban, a bit of a weakness there. Otherwise, Mirage now coming in. Don't think we got to see Mirage during this tournament. It was supposed to be map 3 decider between Mayonnaise and Veeam-Tality. Didn't have to go there. So we'll be having Mirage for the first time. And I mean, should we have to go to Anubis? Both teams have played it. It does seem that No Dust 2 is much stronger on it than we've been having won that out. Veeam-Tality, I believe, barely eking a win out against Veeam-Spirit. And so it seems a pretty back and forth matchup. I'd say I'd favor Inferno for No Dust 2. Mirage would probably lean towards Veeam-Tality, and from there on out, Anubis seems a bit of a coin flip. I think we've got a fun match of CS ahead of us, Rue.
Absolutely. We could be having a whole bunch of different things happening. We could be getting the first upset on Inferno if Veeam-Tality managed to show up in incredible style. But then again, simultaneously, we could also be seeing some heroics on to Mirage because, as you say, we haven't actually got to see much Mirage yet, if any at all. It's been a lot of other maps. We got to see a lot of Dust 2 yesterday. And then heading into this one here, we can also have a look-see at our final because I'm interested in their map pool as well. We are going minus Nuke, minus Dust, plus Ancient, plus Anubis, minus Overpass, minus Mirage, and Inferno is going to be their decider. So, interesting map pool they've managed to get for themselves, but we'll focus instead on this one here as we get the maps beautifully there on that graphic. Inferno, Mirage, and Anubis, as we were saying. No Dust 2, because they picked it. It's Veeam-Tality that get to choose where they started on Inferno, and they have chosen the CT side. On the other side of things, for Mirage, No Dust 2 starting CT themselves, and Anubis, if it gets there, it will be a knife round to decide who gets which side. It's going to be an interesting series because we know how Inferno is likely to go, but the other two basically unknown for these two teams.
Yeah, Mirage, a complete question mark for all sides. But I think if there's a team that at the beginning, at this moment, I would say has a bit of an advantage, it's also a bit of a toss-up, right? Because on the one hand, Veeam-Tality, they've had lots of opportunity to reset. It's been a bit of a punishing loss against Mayonnaise, fair, but they've got some time to cool down, talk strat, watch the tape that's come about for them, just really get a dossier on No Dust 2. On the flip side, No Dust 2, they've just come off a match. They've lost it, yes, but they were warm the whole time through. They still feel good, still clicking heads, now coming in, having to play another BO free. The problem there, though, maybe the stamina's coming low, maybe the attrition of having to play free maps, which all went a pretty significant distance. How's that going to work out for them? A lot of intangibles here, Rue, that I think we have to think of. And I mean, the only way we'll see who really has the advantage will be when we get into the server.
Yeah. Especially on a map like Inferno, I think we can expect that advantage to go to No Dust 2. Being warm, as you were saying, and having Kenda, also pretty useful. At least, you know, for how dominant he has been on that map. But Veeam-Tality, definitely not to be underrated. They may have lost 13-1 earlier today, but that's on a map that's not in the pool for this one, right? That was on Ancient. We don't have to worry about that. That was against Mayonnaise. We don't have to worry about that either, because they have been, I had to say at this point, far and away the best team in the tournament. We came in today thinking it could be No Dust 2, especially with how strong they looked in Group B yesterday, but Mayonnaise, they've just been strong, undoubtedly strong from start to finish, and they haven't really been challenged yet as a team either, right? I think the closest the map has got is 13-9 so far.
Yeah, but on the flip side, Veeam-Tality not lacking in firepower as well. We had the pleasure of casting them yesterday. Players to look out for, I think Nerubian and Daver definitely. Expect them to be on the operator and the main rifle, main entry, respectively. Nerubian, he sometimes just goes nuclear in the game, takes over rounds, and it's something that we should be looking forwards to. Daver, always a silent assassin, always putting up impact. Might not see him a lot on the scoreboard, might not see him being the first one in, but you can expect to see him somehow, some way with free kills at the end of each round.
Yeah. Exceptionally strong, especially when he's holding down the sights, but expect to see, especially on Inferno, a little bit less of that ult, right? It's strong enough on the CT side, especially if you can rotate it around the place, but I mean, with some of the YouTube we saw from earlier, it's quite difficult to really get on an angle and hold it. And T side doesn't really exist anymore. So it used to a little bit, but with what they changed in about 2018, it kind of cut back since then. Then we had Krieg meta, which was a whole thing where basically the Krieg was just better than an AWP anyway, because it had the scope and you can one tap and do whatever you wanted. It was amazing. It was a really awkward time for Counter-Strike where you actually had to have a choice between two different weapons as an attacker. But it is what it is. As we get ready to send in to map number 1, as you said, No Dust 2. They're going to start on this T side of Inferno, and they had to do this early today as well, right? This isn't the first time. When you pick it as your map, you don't get to choose where you start. But I think still the right choice overall, even though it did get pretty close in the end. Their T side struggled a little bit, but their CT holds, especially towards the A site, were impressive every single time. It felt like at some point they just said, you know what? We're only going to play 2A. We're not even going to bother trying to play this as a normal thing with 3A, 2B, and the rotator able to help B site when it's possible. Just send the 3B. Make sure we get banana control because Kenda, he can just hold the site by himself, honestly. Just put him in the pit, have someone there as cannon fodder. He might go 1-for-1. Kenda will go grab the other 3 at a bare minimum, it seemed. And that was enough to get those CT rounds on the board. T side, though, as you'd expect in Inferno, a little bit more difficult, a little more reliant on gaining map control when it's seeded and also not getting hit by the incessant amount of utility thrown at you by those counter-terrorists.
I also think it's interesting that Veeam-Tality have opted to go for the CT side. Makes sense, right? We've seen a very CT-centric meta, but also we just seen No Dust 2 CT get somewhat exposed. Over towards Banana, if you weren't here for last game to catch you up to speed, we saw a lot of pushing from Need Backup over towards Banana. It got them a lot of value. They decided to just forego going into Kenda, instead just running straight in towards B, breaking open the site, and it got them a lot of rounds. It got them all the way to 11. No Dust 2 had to readjust. They managed to do so by, well, fighting more for banana control, but already you're starting to see the rock, paper, scissors, the sort of tit for tat of just macro gameplay coming forth again. Veeamtality, they've obviously watched the game. Their map finished earlier than that. They should have had time to sit down and analyze and see what's going on and what's not. The fact that they've still decided to go CT suggests to me that they're not entirely clear on how they want to approach No Dust 2 CT side, and instead they just want to be able to build up a bit of a bank for them to fall back on when they inevitably have to encroach onto that B site.
Yeah. Going to be difficult, I think, to push through. I think it all depends, though, on how strongly Veeamtality are able to play for Banana, are able to play for the apartments, and maybe every now and again play into second mid as well if you go for that balcony peak and around where they don't have that Molotov through that window. It's difficult to try and judge this one. We haven't seen Vitality on this map. We've only seen them really on. We saw a little bit of Dust 2, and then we also saw them get beaten, I guess, by the exact. We had this exact matchup. What am I talking? We saw this game on Inferno yesterday. Like, it was not pretty. It was 13-8. No Dust 2 bring it over line. The furthest they got pushed in the group stage. So at least they have that going in their favor, do Vitality. But yeah, it's difficult to say more than just No Dust 2 are expected to win this first map. And beyond that, we're just here for the ride.
They'll definitely have taken a page out of need backup, though. Certainly going to be centralizing towards that B side. That's my prediction. Going to be a lot of players pushing up banana, a lot more fighting, a lot more grappling for that side. Just trying to get, I think, Kenda off of those powerful angles that he's known for over in Graveyard. If they're able to do so, should be able to cleanly coalesce into a win. But like you said, they've played before. It wasn't pretty for Vitality. We're really going to have to see whether or not they can bring their A game here today. Moving on, though, the other two maps, not much data points on them. Once again, seems we're just going to be flying blind, but I think few points that we can make. Mirage, much more aim-centric, and both teams not short of firepower, but if you had to push me for it, I'd say Vitality might have a bit more of an easier time on that side of things. We saw their firepower come truly into fruition when they played against Daedalus on Dust 2. That was the first map of StreamB yesterday, if you need a refresher. Nerubian, lots of highlights. Daver impressed a lot. Shirty, ever aggressive, always trying to take space, always itching for a fight. That kind of play style should be favored over on Mirage. Meanwhile, No Dust 2, we saw the loss that they had earlier on Overpass. Only person putting up performances was Kenda. If Kenda falls and he's the only spear point for the team, the rest of the team gonna struggle a bit more to match the firepower coming their way. That just might be the ticket that Vitality are looking for to be able to push us to map 3, if not just outright win off of a win from Inferno, which again, we'll have to see if that's the case.
Yeah. It does say a lot that No Dust 2 were able to get their, what appears to be their preferred map of Inferno a couple of times yesterday. They're warmed up in it. They're ready to get going, hopefully pretty soon, into this one. Currently 3 wins out of 3 headed into our first map. To bring us back to Mirage, I think that you're hitting on something there. I think Vitality do have that firepower advantage. I think you can also definitely say something for the fact that you can be able to actually use the AWP a lot more on that map compared to Inferno and compared to some of the other things in the pool. It's not prevalent on Anubis. It's still useful. If you can grab Canal's control, you great long sight lines, that one shot at any range, feeling amazing. But Mirage in particular, where the AWP is really going to come under scrutiny, and it's somewhere you can use it on both the T side and the CT side. And that's really where it's important for Nerubian to be stepping up. But whether they go into that 1-0 or down 0-1 is really going to dictate how the series feels for them at that point in time. If they're going in 0-1, they might have already lost that confidence. They don't feel quite as secure in going for those aggressive picks.
Yeah, a lot turns, I guess, on Inferno. But I think it's still something that No Dust 2 are going to be highly confident in. Like we said, undefeated. No one's... The only person who's come close, I would say, has been has been Need Backup, and Need Backup was the first team to really expose it. Does lead to a bit of an interesting dynamic. Like, should Need Backup actually, or rather, should NoDust2 still be relying so much on it? Can they rely on the protocols they've made? Should they be cooking up strats now, or should they be focusing a bit more on what's been happening, or what's going to happen inevitably on Mirage, or what might potentially happen on Anubis? Anubis, another map that I think we haven't given enough discussion for. It's once again a map that we saw NoDust2 play a few times. They played it over on the A stream. Went pretty well for them, I'd say. Beat Veeam-Sport 13-5. Now, mind you, Veeam-Sport was the weakest team in Group B, but still goes to show that they've got the ideas, they've got some fundamentals, and they've got some practice on it, which I think is the most important part. Just that little bit of practice enough to help them get things flowing, understand how each other like to play, where each other stand. Vitality, on the other hand, doesn't. They seem they're going to be going into that dry. So unless they have something cooked up, which, I mean, they did have the choice between Ancient and that, so their decision to forego Ancient, if they've played prior, suggests to me that at least they've got some element. At least Vitality is somewhat confident in their Anubis.
Yeah, I think they should be somewhat confident, right? It's a map that it is a lot more individually focused, right? We got to see it come out once yesterday, and that was really where all Tor just started firing on all cylinders, especially a map that you can start to dominate on if you are given that space to do so, but it's completely fresh to both of these two teams, at least in the context of this tournament, right? Neither teams have played Mirage. Neither teams actually played Nubis, at least from what we've been able to see throughout yesterday. So it's completely new, right? These two teams just coming into this one, I won't say blind, but I will say perhaps, how do I phrase this? Unaware of how the other teams are going to be, right? You know how you're going to be when you pick this map, right? When you pick Mirage, you have a feeling about how strong you're going to be on Mirage. You think that you can hold down these sites effectively. You think you can execute on to these sites effectively. You think you can take mid control. You think you can win gunfights. And that is massively important, especially on Mirage. But when it gets picked into you, I mean, we know nothing about NoDust2 on Mirage, but neither do Vitality. And that's a massive thing. I mean, when you say we think we can push in, we think we can hold, we don't know what we're pushing into. We don't know what we're holding against. And that's the difficult dilemma that these two teams kind of find themselves up against when they have very little info.
Agree still, but I think Vitality, they've got a few data points that they can potentially look towards that might give them a bit of an inkling as to where or not how they're going to be playing Inferno. So, or Mirage rather. So, NoDust2, we saw their Inferno. We've seen it multiple times now. I'd say largely it comes down to their macro play. They are always better on the macro play. Of course, they've got hero rounds in Kenda, which they can rely on pretty consistently to an extent. But a lot of the time, you saw their Inferno was that they had really good macro. They were squeezing opponents. And when an issue came about, they were able to do the necessary adjustments to help them develop. And ultimately, that's what makes them the best Inferno team in the world. In this tournament. Now, contrast that to what we've seen on Mirage. So, contrast that to Mirage, you'd think that maybe they keep that sort of team synergy playstyle, the team kind of mentality that they've been working on for a while now, and should so be the case, Vitality might be looking towards disrupting some things. So if they're going to be playing for team, if they're going to be setting up for a large execute, maybe we should push up a bit more, stop them from being able to really rely on those big set ideas that they're able to, those plans that they have, forcing NoDust2 to call all of those. That's what I'm expecting to see from Vitality over on Mirage.
Yeah, I think that should be something we should expect, right? We should expect them to have something in their back pocket. They're going to pick that because they did play Nuke yesterday, right? They played Nuke against Veeam-Sport and they won 13-5. So to pick Mirage over Nuke says a lot, right? To think that you're going to be stronger on this map that you have played, enemy team had not, I mean, I guess you didn't want to have them with any kind of VODs to review of Nuke, right? They could potentially look, right now, if they really wanted to focus on Nuke now, or they could look in between our two maps to have a look at it. But instead, choosing to go with the quantity that is harder for No Dust 2 to really try and pin it down. Vitality put themselves in a very interesting position, though I think if they end up losing on Mirage after losing Inferno, we could be A, saying goodbye after a 2-0, and B, questioning why Nuke was not picked there by Vitality. You're guaranteed basically whatever maps you want, right? Against the team that's called No Dust 2, we know they're banning Dust 2. You can play effectively whatever map you want. You can ban away one of whatever you really don't want to play. I think getting rid of Inferno would have been a nice choice against these teams, especially since of how strong we keep saying Kenda is. But you can effectively pick anything that you want to play on, not called Dust 2. Choosing Mirage over Nuke when you won yesterday 13-5 is a very interesting shout.
And just since you mentioned it, I think it's something that we got to point out again. No Dust 2, their identity revolving around first banning Dust 2, it's again starting to rear its head a bit. Like, for instance, that nuke that we saw earlier on when them played against Heat Backup. Perhaps if they'd been a bit more flexible about Dust 2, maybe they could have second banned it to avoid it in the map pool, but forcing that first ban allowed for Need Backup to first ban their own pick, confident that the next map that was going to be banned would be Dust 2, and so they're able to free pick into Nuke. And from there on out, we saw what happened. No Dust 2 really couldn't put up much of a fight against Need Backup there. And so, generally, what we're seeing is that No Dust 2, their identity, while a bit of a benefit over in that group stage where it was BO1s and they were a wild card punt kick with a really well prepped Inferno, now it's starting to become a bit of a drag. Now it's starting to become a bit problematic for them, as perhaps Vitality could have been prepping Mirage this entire time, knowing that Dust 2 was going to be banned, knowing that Inferno was likely going to go into the map pool anyways, knowing exactly which map that they could focus all of their attention onto in hopes of punting for a quick 2-0. That's kind of what's happened here, and that's kind of what I'm expecting, or hoping rather, that Vitality has done. And so, by opting not to pick Nuke suggests to me that they might have something cooked up on Mirage. But enough about that, enough about the map pool. I think we've exhausted a lot of the information that we can dissect from it. I want to go back a little bit more and talk about our players, right? So, we talked a lot, we've waxed poetic about No Dust 2 multiple times now. No Dust 2, two shaky maps, and then just losing outright on towards Nuke makes things a bit more awkward for them. On the flip side, though, Veeam-Tality, there's something else that we need to talk about there. This entire playoff run that they've had so far, they've only won 10 rounds. Haven't been able to string much together. This was a team that looked dominant, like the second best team dominant in their group. Veeam-Tality against Data Loss was a blowout 13-5. They should be coming in feeling confident. They had 13-5 Data Loss, 13-5 Veeam Spirit, lost out to No Dust 2 on an Inferno, which they weren't prepped for, fair enough. But as they come in to this playoffs, Mayonnaise just completely dismantles them, and I have to wonder, do you think that their mentality, Rue, how they're feeling, do you think it's been shaken? Do you think that this first pace match, they've already lost it at the starting line?
I think if the other stream had been a 2-0 as well, then maybe. But the issue is that they've had so long to recover from that. They've had the best part of 2 hours, honestly, to recover from that 13-1. And that's a lot of time that you can spend doing a lot of different things to reset yourself mentally. Not time to grab some food, grab a drink. You knew that you had at least a little bit of time. As soon as that map went to map 3, you knew that you had quite a while to kind of reset yourselves and get ready for this third place match and still put up a good performance. I think that definitely would have been a thing had it not been for No Dust 2 winning out on Inferno just about against Need Backup and sending it over to Overpass, as we got to see. I think as a result, Vitality should be fully recovered from that. And I think maybe we're talking about the other way because, I mean, sure, No Dust 2, they have actually got map win today. But they're probably pretty exhausted, at least compared to Veeam-Tality in terms of playing so much more Counter-Strike and playing so many more rounds of Counter-Strike, even though they have won a couple more of them. As we are finally into this pistol. Couple of flashes being dropped out towards mid, a smoke towards long, no dust too. Looking to go aggressive towards the short side. Pushing all the way through. They're going to get at least Christie over here as well towards long as Null Ref struggling on the site. Shirty already taken down and Kenda picks up 2, as of course Kenda does. Dava, the last alive, going to be pinging through from CT. Spots the shadow of Christie, and also spots his head. Gets the first, but realizes that he is under threat and is just trying to back away for the time being. Fight's going to be somewhat presented to him, but called back there is Zav by his teammates, and that makes Dava's life even more difficult. Forced to push forward, no reason to save, especially now that his armor has been tagged down below 100. Can't get that cheap helmet anymore. May as well just push in, see what you can get done. See if you can take away any of those USPs, any of those P250s. Dava,
Is that
this
going for a
pistol
knife?
should be over. Don't get knifed. That's
Surely
about the one
not.
thing you can do. Spotted there. Should be by Vasar. As Kenda is going to go hunting. And his head is also no longer attached to his body. But I mean, Zav wants the knife. I respect it. Didn't work, but I respect it.
Dava gets a bit of damage out, but still, first blood to no dust 2. Veeam-Tality, they've mentioned time and time again how much they favor this CT side, how much they think how the power they think that lies in the CT side. For them to lose a pistol, weakening this may sound for bad news. We'll turn and see how it plays out for the rest of the half. But for now, just focus on getting as much damage done onto No Dust 2's economy as possible. 2 rifles being bought here. No Dust 2 invest heavily into this round as they look to make it a quick and clean 2-0.
And Chrissy can start that off with the Mac 10 towards long, pushing through the arches to maybe even going full wraparound as Kenda is in the apartments. And guess what happens when Kenda is in the apartments? Your players that are also near the apartments end up on the floor. Zav picks up the 4th of the round for his team as Danger finds the final one. Dava towards the B site. Stuck in banana between a rock and a hard place because Christie is also hunting down from behind. And Christie should be looking to get this kill because he has the Mac 10, getting a little bit of extra cash in his pockets and a little bit of extra BM as well. There's No Dust 2 start Inferno about how they finished off yesterday.
Big for them to lose no one actually in that fight. Completely flawless. They'll be able to have such a bolstered economy by full utility here. On the flip side, Veeam-Tality pinching pockets, looking to muster up something. Should be advantage being on the CT side. The onus on No Dust 2 obviously to push forth, but it's not been looking good for them so far. They've yet to find a solution to Kenda. And their tides don't look to change as now Daver being pressured, Balver shut down.
And
the B
Zav
side
as
now
well, going
open,
deeper for the
weakened.
second. Huge play from him.
Yeah.
Finding the flash on the first. Getting even further forward for the second. That is the B site falling. And Veeam-Tality did not expect that aggression. The great thing about the Molotov towards the barrels is that... Oh, that's filthy for the third. The star and the fourth. The great thing about that Molotov towards the barrels is that you can swing as a T side behind it, right? If you get it to drop behind the barrels itself, CTs can't stand there. It spreads just over the top, just over the other side, but you have enough space to walk between the half wall, exactly as Zav is standing right now, and get in towards that pick angle. Does exactly that. And now No Dust 2 go hunting. Null Ref the last alive, and Christie's going to find him in the apartments. Zav with a humongous 3k, 3 entries onto the B site, and 3 members of Veeam-Tality just take it out of the round. That was a gun round, by the way. Veeam-Tality didn't have a chance in.
And now look at their money. They managed to pick up the guns as well that Veeam-Tality had dropped. And so they are looking peachy. With 3 rounds up, they've bolstered their economy to basically last them maybe 4 or 5 rounds if things keep going. On a stark contrast,
So it's a nade stack
Veeam-Tality.
down mid, and that's
Oh!
Christie. Kenda gets 2 from second, but there is instead Zav from the Bernard to finish things off. Could have been worse. Could have been more expensive. Just 2 kills going down still builds on your economy as you win out the round as well. But a little bit dangerous, especially there from Christie, not realizing that the nade stack was coming on that eco And Vitality at least get those couple of kills to go their way. And now they look to purchase into round number 5. And here is the big thing. Nerubian on the AWP. Forced into buying head armor instead of getting 2 flashbangs or a smoke. Because of the fact that there's M4 on the other side of things. And he's already dinked out and tagged out by the nade instead. Vasar throws it at his feet. And it blows up the AWP before he can even do anything. Submachine gun swinging from CT. Unfortunately unable to get that kill back. And now Kenda looking to execute onto the site with his friends. And it's Shirty pushing through mid into the P90 of Christie. And I think round number 5 is already over before it's begun again. Vitality just getting completely run over right now. Dava towards the church will get one back as Vasar is taken away. But the Molotov rather is deep and going to force him away. He's stuck here because of Christie pushing from behind. He'll deal with that kill at the very least. But in a 1v3 situation, is a near impossibility. It is now 1v2, but Dunja is behind. Taking his time. Teasing his prey into the open and getting that final headshot kill to push it to a 5-0 start. No Dust 2. Just kind of dominant right now.
It's clear as day what the reason behind it is. 3 times now we've seen Kenda's profile picture flash up on the MVP screen. 8 and 3 so far. On that entry, he just keeps running forth, keeps finding value. And the amount of space he's making for his team, he's going to do it again. Have a look at this. Disrespects the smoke. Wide swings out, looking for a fight. He's managed to find the one. Nerubian there for the trade. But already he's done more than enough. Nerubian able to pick up an AK. And now the game set resets.
Yeah. Getting that kill with the Bison. Good amount of money in the bank, and then the runaway is well useful, but Zav is there again. He's hitting entries onto this B site that Kenda could only dream of hitting. That was filth. Now it's 2v3, making it 2v3 still. Apparently Shirty unable to finish off that kill. Vasar down to 4, but he's staying alive. The flash is not a HE. He doesn't have to swing, doesn't have to run away. He can just stay there as the rotate is called. Christie catches him in rotation, and Dava is gone. Now, one left alive, and Vasar will end up winning that 1v1 after all of that. Christie got him a bit lower. He made it a little bit easier. But Shirty gets him down minus 96 on the first tag, but can't finish off the kill. And Vasar even gets to save an AK again. 3 alive once more. There's no Dust 2. Put 6 in a row up against Veeam-Tality. This one here, we talked about their CT side. Maybe we should talk more about their T side. It has been brutal.
Yeah, and this is Vitality expecting that they're going to be able to put up a bank to work out how to deal with the CT side of Vitality, of No Dust 2. It just hasn't been working out in their favor, though, and things go from bad to worse.
Another pick. Courtesy of Kenda. How often are we going to be saying that in this game? It appears that it's happened at least a couple more times than we already initially anticipated. Zav looking towards B. Going to walk into Nerubian to put himself up on top of those oranges. He will get that first kill. Kenda doesn't clear the corner deep enough, and Nullref going to get 2 back, but Christie is in CT spawn. Into the 1v1 we go, but it's not exactly a fair fight. Vasar with a full pelter utility up against Nerubian on 10 HP. The smoke towards Moto is nice. The Molotov towards Short a little bit early, perhaps, because they should have known where Nerubian was coming from. Wasn't going to reach that Molotov in time. But the nade is nice to try and blow open that smoke and even look through it if he wanted to. But Nerubian, because that nade goes a little bit wide, Vasar should know that he wasn't towards long. Taking his time as it keeps on ticking away. He has no kit. And I think that makes him too late to make this play work. He realizes it, and he starts running away. Vasar, stuck in the pit itself. He will blow up here. He is accepting his own fate to win the round for his team. As far away as you run, you can't survive the bomb on Inferno from there anymore. Has to be planted on the far side of site instead. But he will accept that, as I think the economy is in a good enough position. What with Danja having, you know, like $12,000 after buying and all that.
Yeah, No Dust 2 this lurk out from Christie has been getting so much value as well, just in the mid round. It's always Kenda who's able to find initial advantage for No Dust 2, but Christie's lurks have saved their hide at least twice now. In a 7-0 game so far, that's more than enough impact that you'd be wanting from arguably one of the weaker players on your team. Right now, 8-4, stellar performance from Christie. We'll see if they're able to keep it up.
Yes, indeed. And he keeps using that P90 to great effect as well, right? We typically see that gun struggle to do as much work as maybe you'd want, but keeps getting it, keeps picking up rounds. Similar to Zav and similar to Vaza on a site, and again, it feels like an impossible hold. This time, Nerubian spotted in the midi, but nice swing out to get that first, as Zav will be swinging into the big pit to now try and get that kill. The nade and the Molotov combine, but the nade goes short and Kenda picks up the kill anyway, because why would you dare be in this guy's pit? Another round that Veeam-Tality send 3 to the A site, and 3 players just fall down. What can you even do at this point, apart from hope you start winning out these gunfights? Nice nade on the time towards library, as Danger is forced to readjust his crosshair towards the player coming out from Archers instead. Christie, though, goes pushing on the burst fire Glock to Dava's face. And that has got to inflict more than just damage in game. That inflicted emotional damage.
I like this mid round adjustment from No Dust 2. The past few rounds they've been heading over towards A. That's because, like the first half of this half, always up banana, always fast, on the pace, following Kenda. These few rounds they've been adding in a little bit of sauce, mixing it up, going over towards A, putting Christie in as the lurker. It's gotten them a lot of value, but now, a bit of change on their own. It's now Daver on that big green.
No, not quite. On the scout. I'm going to correct you on that one. If he was on the big green, he would have got that kill, but it is just a force up here for everyone but Nerubian, who has enough money to buy into his own. 2 kills rather, going back in favor of Veeam-Tality, as this round looks possible. The flash going outside, not going to catch on to Null Ref at all. Tsar will push him away as well. Into a 3v4 we go. The B site completely abandoned by the CTs. They've realized this. And Nerubian is going to rotate over. Zav, the only player on his side with full HP, going to start to go hunting over there, clearing out his corners, playing it carefully, and not finding anyone just yet. He may even call his teammates over if he keeps pushing up banana like this. And here we get to see No Dust 2 start to lurk towards this B site. The first kill is going to be absolutely crucial. He has to find Nerubian on the CT angle, aim a little bit high, gets dinked, but gets the kill all the same. Tag down through the wall. Nerubian just that little bit lower from before. And now everyone on this T side is low, but the site is theirs if they just get in. Danger going to realize that as he goes to clear it out, jumping up on pool. The Molotov landing over the top is actually pretty cool, as that is Danger falling down in the coffins themselves. Zav sticking around. Shirty, 5 HP, and got that kill. Gonna go pushing. And that will be the round over. Veeam-Tality finally get one going their way. And they even get to pick up some AKs as well. There's No Dust 2. They found the empty site, but they just didn't have the HP to hold on to it.
First time that's happened in a while. Came off the back of 2 very bizarre picks, one would say. Initially, starting off. And from there, I mean, it just waterfalls, coalesces. It got close over towards B, mind you. But it's a good breath of relief for Veeam-Tality to be able to pick up a round. No Brazil this time around, but they still will take it.
Yeah. A round is a good thing at any point in the game. But the later it comes, the more relieving it feels, even though the probably less impact it has on the overall result, especially when this is just a matter of winning maps against your opponent. No extra round score going to be needed, no tiebreakers to be had. It's just win 2 maps and you get 3rd place. Lose 2 maps and you get 4th. Simplest equation one can have in Counter-Strike, as Zav is pushing onto the A site once more. Naded out from the player there, but Kenda is once again in the apartments, and that means another kill goes his way. Flash over from long is nice, as Vasar can't see a thing. Tips himself to mini pit though. He doesn't need to see anything to know that he's still alive, still breathing, and still has a place in this round. Everyone on the T side tagged down a little bit, but no one else tagged down to death apart from Christie, who already fell. The 3v4 starts to go forward. Dava looking to clear in towards Boiler here. Swings out. The double swing is beautiful though, and Zav plays off the dangerous contact so effectively. Kenda's on the site, pushing forward, gets himself a third, and that headshot at the end was beautiful. There's no dust too, like straight back. Vitality do have enough to buy in the next, but it is again the glimmer of hope quickly extinguished.
Exactly what the doctor ordered for No Dust 2. The complete opposite of what we saw in Overpass is happening now. Everyone on the team pulling up their weight in some form or another. Kenda 14-6 obviously, Zav and Christie all having good games. The only one not really there, Danya, but when your team's 1-9, no real onus for you to put up frags. Wow. Unless
Nerubian
Nerubian gets the
pushing
first
down
pick,
Banana.
unless Nerubian gets 2!
And Danja is now in a really awkward position. He's grabbed the bomb, he's got himself out, and he needed to do it exactly then, otherwise this round was in even greater peril. But Vasar actually wins that fight over in the apartments. Kenda falls down because he's not in the apartments, and Shirty also dunks on Vasar. So into the 1v4 we go. Danja, if he's an extra centimeter, he would have seen where Dava was. Unfortunately, swings just a little bit too shallow, and as such, swings with his back to the CT in mid. Scared of Banana, it makes sense. But Nerubian, the real game changer in that round, he finally had enough. He finally snapped. He said, you know what? I'm done with this. I'm pushing down Banana and I am getting us an entry. He ends up getting 3. And let's see if he does the same thing again. How will No Dust 2 respond? They respond with 2 P90s. Okay.
I wonder where they're going.
Apparently not Rush B, which is interesting. The nade towards the barrels is nice. A tag onto Nerubian is roughly what I'm sure they would have wanted there. That nade. They're already up through short. Screw what's happening on B. We care much more about what's happening on A as Danja gets the first 2. Dava spams Christie down through the smoke. And now switches over to that AK after picking up the first 2. And Nerubian runs in from mid. Spotted out in Boiler by Vasar, pushing all the way through. And now it's just into the 3v3 situation. Drops himself out as he is looking to go aggressive, looking to go quickly. And Zav is the one to find the submachine gun instead. Dava trading that kill out from long, pushing through the motor smoke. And Kenda taken down as well. And it's Daju who has to put on 4th if he wants to win this round for his team. Nerubian is burning down to 18 HP. And that's going to be the retreat clone for Danja. Naded out beautifully by Nerubian. Dunked on once more. And that is a 3rd, at least, for Veeam-Tality. They get it together at the end of the half, and they at least give themselves a fighting chance.
The facade of immortality breaks for No Dust 2. Off the back of one Veeam-Tality able to waterfall back to an at least respectable half. Not quite what they hoped for, far from the bank that they were expecting, but they've got something to work with, some cushion for them to figure out No Dust 2, some grounds for mistakes. Now can't afford a mistake in this round, the most crucial of them all. A pistol would be nice for Veeam-Tality, allowing them a little bit more cushion, keeping No Dust 2 at single digits. But a lot of work needed here. This is No Dust 2's wheelhouse, their strongest position, CT side. Have Veeam-Tality done the prep? Have they figured out how they want to approach this? All to be discovered within the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, that will be the timer in terms of either finishing this map off or getting to a relatively even state. I don't think it should take all too much more for No Dust 2 to get this one over the line. With Kenda in the apartments, though, tagged down to 8 HP before he even had a chance to really fight in this round. He still gets a kill on the retreat.
Still gets the kill!
How is that first blood? Danja, he wants to go pushing through. He realizes the smoke is exactly where he needs to be. If he goes on this timing, he gets another kill, maybe even 2. Christie, in fact, going to be one pushing through. Zav gets another with the dualies, running down mid, finally punished as Christie goes spamming out even more. The 5-7 rings out, and he gets his first of the pistol. Kenda gets a second, and Christie gets his second as well. No Dust 2, a 10th on the board, and both pistols in their favor. Veeam-Tality, they're on the edge in Inferno, and it's just as we were talking about before with them being potentially on edge from their previous map total. I mean, maybe we were right maybe you were right. I don't think it was going to be a thing anymore, but they had the time to recover, and yet still they're getting smashed.
Difficult now. Kenda being able to get a kill there still, while on such low HP, is such high value for the team. Yeah, and now staying alive. Vitality in a tough position. They'll need miracles of their own if they want to be able to get through here. Aggression
That
over towards
headshot?
B, but they found some value on A. Yeah, that headshot opens up so much more for them.
And that is precisely why you buy head armor as well in the round like this, right? In a round where you know that the enemy team is either going to be on Glocks or on subpar weaponry. Anything but AKs, you need head armor as a CT. And Zav pays the price. Doesn't pay it with his life, but he's still incredibly low and has a lot less potential impact in a round like this. The nade is chunky, potentially not quite landing in the right place, as Christie throws a Molotov into a smoke as well. He's forced to go on the retreat, but Kenda is there to cover him. And again, this apartments player is so sneaky, so efficient at getting himself out of trouble. He gets a second as Christie swings on the short play, and Kenda is now swinging from the pit. Finally dealt with by that Mac 10 at range, but here comes Zav from the long side. He gets one, Danger finishes it off. And it feels like it's just so difficult to push towards A. There's no way you can go towards B. Vitality, they feel locked in. And not in the good way.
11-3 now. I feel like there was a bit of investment there from Vitality. They've lost out. Yeah, they can't really fool by. They decided to go for a more utility-centric approach. Makes sense. Need a way to pop through here. No Dust 2, firmly in the driver's seat. Christie on this XM, again, going to be a threat. Pushes up deeper. Where is Christie going? Look at this fast flank, though.
Oh my god, Kenda spams 2 through the smoke. He only even saw 1 go in. And Danger gets the 4th of the round for his team. Aggression towards the B site. I mean, just the right choice, apparently. As Danger's going to finish things off. Shirty taken away, and I can't explain what's happening right now. It's just constant from No Dust 2. Vitality have no response. It's aggression. It's passivity. They come in the right proportions, and you just can't push in.
9 chances, but it doesn't seem like No Dust 2 will need all of them. On their last legs now, Vitality, a hurrah by a hodgepodge of everything. 1 AK and nothing else on the Rubian. The head of the spear looking to find value. Yeah, at least an AK. Look at Dauber. Just utility.
Pushing aggressive again. Okay, Kenda taken out in the apartments what feels like the first time in a while. But the Molotov is nice from Christie, and he's there to trade it back. And there comes the push. Again, Zav playing aggressive. Walks down mid. There's no one watching from T steps. Instead, they're on the rotate between first and second mid. The flashover does nothing, and Zav gets 2 for free. That's an insane position to be standing in, looking in towards the house. I don't know how he's even managed to find 1 there, let alone the second. And now No Dust 2 find themselves in an amazing position once more. 2 versus 4 to win the map. They have an M4 at their feet if they want to take that into someone like Christie's hands, or they can go looking for the kills themselves. Danger peeks out from the balcony, spots the deagle, and gets the head. Dava eliminated, and it's just Submachine Gun, who Zav finds on the exact same look play, pushing down mid, and gets him in second. 18 kills for him, and just the 7 deaths. If we send it to our replays, I mean, what an insane performance from No Dust 2.
Started off strong, looked promising to begin with, but I mean, No Dust 2 just had control through and through. A masterclass of aggression on that T side, and come CT, they were just working Vitality. No real response from anyone. And quick and dirty affair, immediately straight to Mirage, whisking away. And, I mean, it brings you a few more questions, right? We thought that Vitality, if they were going to win Mirage, it'd be off the great firepower that the teams had, and the fact that No Dust 2 are highly reliant on Kenda. That's not the case anymore. Everyone on No Dust 2 came forth and brought value. Now Mirage looks much more interesting. This match, by no means a foregone conclusion. Could end 2-0, could end 2-1. The question, which team to go home in 3rd place? At least with a bit of consolation. All those questions to be answered after the break. We'll catch you guys on the flip side.
Okay, using the VMix. That was earlier than I thought you would, so fair enough. Well, what a way to finish off
Oh.
Inferno. No Dust 2. Taking things out 13-3. Veeam-tality getting absolutely slapped. How can they recover? That is the question we have for ourselves, right? Can they at all? Is this even a possibility? We'll have to work that out after we get through this little break here, go between our two games. We'll be back after this.
I'm a la 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 loner. La 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 loner. Every time I try to fit in, it ends up in misery. Yeah. Socializing doesn't fit me, but I can get away so easy. I was born a misfit. Don't go with the cool kids. It's all overrated. No, I never missed it. I was born a misfit. Don't go with the cool kids. It's all overrated. I just didn't read it. I'm a la 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 loner. La 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 loner. La 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 loner. I'm an outlaw in this world.
welcome everyone back to the Veeam B Stream Dream Team. That does take some thinking. I'm still Rue, still joined by Amu, and we are potentially here for our final game of the tournament. Up to Veeamtality, I guess, if they want it to be so, or if they want to try and keep on pushing through. And the stage is set. It is going to be Mirage, win, and they push it to a third map. Lose, and that's it. Out in fourth, and instead it'll be No Dust 2 picking up third place overall. Amu, how are we feeling about this matchup?
I'm kind of worried, honestly, Rue. I feel like initially I would have said that, oh, again, because No Dust 2 always banned Dust 2, Vitality would probably have the advantage. They know that they're going to be playing on Mirage. That's something that they've probably prepped for. And I mean, just by the playstyle itself, Vitality much more focused on their aim, much more focused on their individual playstyle. No Dust 2 a much more team-based approach. You'd think Vitality would be favored on Mirage, but that's all been thrown out the window given what we saw in Inferno. An absolute drubbing that we saw, 13-3. And you have to wonder, how is Vitality going to bounce back from that? Are their players going to be able to keep up with the firepower? Because now their greatest asset no longer looks to be as valuable as everyone else on No Dust 2 is coming alive. We saw Kenda have a great game. We saw Jab have an even better one, I would say, from where his usual baseline performance is. It's going to be very interesting now. I feel like Vitality, they've got a lot to prove. Their back's against the wall here. They need to get a strong start. Otherwise, they might just crumble and fade into the night.
Yeah, an amazing performance from everyone, really, on No Dust 2 on Inferno. As we now move into Mirage, as we're saying, they get to start the CT side because it is Vitality's pick. No Dust 2 end up choosing that CT side, as we say. This should be where Vitality are able to come back in terms of their firepower, in terms of hopefully as well their utility play, as I hope for their sake they have some prepared for us. But I mean, based off of how Inferno went, we could be looking at a very rough series indeed for them. It feels like, I mean, if they're even just a little bit similar or a little bit better, it won't be enough. They need to be almost a different team coming on to this potential final map of the tournament.
Yeah, and I think that really a lot of the onus slides on their T side. As we've mentioned, I believe Mirage, it's No Dust 2 opting to go CT first. CT side so strong, not just on maps in general, but just by this tournament because of the fact that it's a pug tournament, everyone's coming together. CT side is just the way to go. So Vitality definitely already the card stacked against them. But if there's anything that they're good at, it's coming back off of bad maps. We saw that happen early on in group stage. They got drubbed by Mayonnaise, and then they came back. Sorry, not drubbed by Mayonnaise. They initially got drubbed by Data Loss, and then they came back strong. It's something that we're expecting Vitality to do again. The question is just how their players are feeling. Is the pressure getting to them? Are they working together as a team? So long as they don't break down communication, I'm expecting this to still look competitive as long as they get the start they're looking for on Mirage.
Yeah, it has been impressive to see how well No Dust 2 have been doing. But onto Mirage we go, as we're saying, and this is where I think Nerubian in particular should be able to step forward. We saw him try and bring out the AWP on that CT side Inferno, but he just did not have the economy, right? He brought it out once, it got dealt with, he ended up going down, and he had to just kind of stick around with those rifles for as long as possible. Still effective, don't get us wrong, but I think it would have been a lot more effective if he had been able to wield that AWP for a longer period of time. Moving into Mirage, it's another place where the AWP can really take control. And it doesn't just have to be on the CT side either. Starting on T side, you can take that thing wherever you want it, towards mid, towards B, towards A, even towards underpass if you must. Palace, maybe in solo queue, maybe not in this type of 5v5 format, but it's effective wherever you wield it. And I think Nerubian should be looking to do exactly that, as we are seconds away from getting into our pistol. We say it should be No Dust 2 starting on this CT side. So we're going to get that flipped for you all as we are just waiting to get things going.
Us to CT. Game. Gonna begin soon. Is that? And I mean, I might as well entertain the fans. Small knife round to begin. Just what
This is a fake
happening in
knife
this
round.
river? Yeah,
If it is- even if it even
going
isn't.
on?
This is a warm up.
Sure, he's got an AK.
This is a warm up. Don't worry about that. We're into the pistol. Everything's fine.
All right, the big question: does anyone know the mid smoke? Shirty's already
There's a
got
couple to know.
smoke in hand.
Shirty with the spawn to throw it, but you kind of need everyone to know it if you're gonna throw it in every single round. Instead, just gonna sit back, not using it the pistol, completely fine. I think we'll get the test of that coming later on, as it will be the slow play towards the apartments, and this is oddly reminiscent of a certain area on Inferno. Kenda over here, as a result, gets the first kill with a beautiful flick onto his head. The second as well onto Submachine Gun. And Dava is also down. The third is nice out of midair. Not the headshot, but still a beautiful shot all the same as Christie below is going to finish things off. And Kenda picks up the fourth. An amazing start and another pistol for Kenda.
It's like you said, it's reminiscent of Banana over towards Inferno, and Kenda's performance reminiscent of what we saw just last map. That was a nice shot on the third one. And again, No Dust 2, we said that if Veeam-Tality wasn't able to get a strong foothold, a strong purchase to get the momentum back on their side, No Dust 2 might just be able to snowball through them. They've gone the first step. No Dust 2 looking to convert better now, but fast in, fast towards A. Guns spraying everywhere, and as dust settles, it's purchased over towards that A site. Only for a brief moment though, Reprieve now done. No Dust 2, the cavalry arrives, Veeam-Tality shut down, and just as quickly we enter into the third round.
Yeah. The gun's going to come out here from Veeam-Tality, though. The AK is being purchased right now because that was the eco. At any rate, still another impressive round for No Dust 2 as they look to build their own economy into this half. Only the one person, of course, having to repurchase as we are getting things in. Molotov and the smoke both used at the same time by the CTs on the A ramp. Not the best, but that is pretty damn good from Zav. Picking up the kill in mid, M4 versus AK, and doesn't even take damage. You wouldn't have even known it if the scoreboard didn't tell you so. Filthy start to the round for him. As the smoke towards under, Molotov rather towards under is nice from Christie. Good timing on that one as he swings out top mid. I wouldn't personally fancy swinging top mid with the P90, but the nade is a little bit nicer. That's going to chunk Dava down to about 76, and that's why we don't peek top mid with a P90. It is a short to mid-range gun, a little bit too far away, and not enough accuracy, and not enough damage, if we're going to be brutally honest. Nullref peeking out from Palace at a great timing for him. He finds danger as he goes on the swing. That causes Vasar rather, to just have a little bit of trepidation in where he's looking. Going to get swung on by Dava. Taken out for the time being. Another one in mid is going to be called upon. And Submachine Gun finally there. The third was unexpected, but why is the bomb in top mid?
How has Kenda gotten bomb, and how is Kenda tucked in a corner?
This
And
is heard. He goes
how's
for
he
it.
making
Gets
all
the first,
this
gets the
noise?
second.
Kenda! Oh,
There's no
my
way.
word. How's that happened?
They go loud instead of going quiet. They make a ton of noise picking up the bomb. And Kenda is waiting there with open arms, ready to receive a free round gifted over. That was Veeam-Tality's to lose. And that, above everything else that's happened so far, is going to inflict an insane amount of physical torment to these Veeam-Tality players. A round that was theirs to lose, they somehow find a way. And now No Dust 2, again, in the advantage. Another buy round from Veeam-Tality, because they had so much money going into round number 3, is at least going to give them a chance to strike back while the iron is still somewhat hot. Remember, No Dust 2 lost a lot of players in the previous. That smoke towards window, though, is a little bit one-sided, and that nade is definitely not one-sided. That did 50 damage, and it just kind of hurt. But Shirty gets the trade back onto Kenda, of all people. Christie gets the pick towards apartments. So it's a 4v4, as mid is still being played for, and Vasar taken away. 44 in his own tag onto Shirty, who's down to just 5 HP. It's not enough as he's able to retreat, and the play is up short instead. Zav waiting. Christie also tucked in on the corner. Should get swung, should get cleared, but it doesn't, and that submachine gun getting punished for it. Dava on the trade is nice at the very least, but Zav from the kitchen looks through the window, spots a player out, but can't get the kill. And now the bomb looks to get planted for short. Zav swings in. He doesn't swing in time. Goes for the kill. Gets the second as well onto Shirty. And they just go for... They don't even go for the defuse. They just stick around. Danger's the one with the kit. He's coming all the way through from ladder. And Null Ref on the site. The bomb is planted enough for him. 10-second defuse. Starting to be stuck. And that's a humongous nade. A misplay from Zav as Null Ref finds the head of Danger. Should have waited for his teammate who had the kit to go for that play. And it's especially even worse when you're at low HP and you just get dunked on. Huge swing round that Null Ref is able to bring over the line in a 1v2.
And just like that, its 7-round win streak from No Dust 2 gets broken. Veeam-Sport came a bit late, but they've managed to score that round much earlier than it was from the last time on Inferno. And with No Dust 2 on a save, Veeam-Sport looked poised for a second.
Oof. Good nade down mid. They're just going to go aggressive on it. Kenda going for the swing, but not committing as Dava gets them both. Finds another as he backs away. Submachine Gun going to take the fight to them. And that's why Dava backed away. Sar gets that kill. Submachine Gun falls, but the A site falls with it. Null Ref already through towards the window, pushing through the jungle, and he gets on to Zav. A third kill rather, in the previous 2 rounds for him. As Nerubian is taken out long range by a filthy shot from Danger. Gonna now be the 3v2 situation. CT's looking to save that AK if at all possible. And Vitality also need to do the same. Null Ref may have 4.7k, but he doesn't have enough to buy himself and drop someone else. Now, only going to be able to buy himself as we head into round number 6. Vitality, though, will be taking away this round in particular. As Vasar, I don't even think will have a gun to save. So it's still a positive overall round as long as they save these 2 AKs. Please save these 2 AKs.
I think they'll
Yeah,
get
they're
out.
safe.
Yeah, more than enough time. It's ample.
Ah, no. The
Vasar
bomb is
not-
huge. Dava dies.
Vasar didn't get a gun, though. So it's still not too bad of an economic difference here. No Dust 2
this
still
round
unable to buy, despite that miss error from Vitality. They seem to still firmly be in the driver's seat. Oh, never mind. A buy is still possible.
No Dust 2, they have enough. Easily enough. I'm surprised that Danger bought as much utility as he did, but clearly had a gun dropped to him. So he is going to be absolutely fine as the early flash into the underpass comes through this time. Vitality looking to go aggressive, and there is at least a scope for Nerubian. It's not an AWP, but it is something with a scope that he can play around. Vasar, again, potentially the one to be challenged here in the connector, as he has it all to play for. There's 3 people in mid, and he spots one through the smoke. Over the top of that bot con smoke, which was not quite high enough to spread all the way into the corridor. Instead, the smoke comes deeper, and a re-smoke even comes in from Vasar, as he is looking to play as safely as he can and hold on to what he already has. Spam comes through from Danger, but it's just there to keep those T's at bay, while Vitality seem to be wanting to rotate around towards this A site. They've read the stack from No Dust 2, and we'll give them credit for that, but there's still 2 very difficult players to push into. You got Danger on that M4, the Molotov already used towards connector. And you've also got the guy that already has the first blood, and Zav is close on short. Nerubian trying to drag people over here, but that's to his demise. Again, the corner not cleared properly as Vasar peeks into mid, a little bit dangerous, and Null Ref makes him pay. The spam through the wall should have been tagged onto longer. Hold mouse 1, my guy. Have some faith that he's tucked in there. Unfortunately, keeps Vasar alive, and that is Shirty pushing all the way through to CT, punished by Kenda, who also gets tagged onto Submachine Gun. That's Null Ref in mid, and surely the bomb just gets defused here. It's planted on the wrong side of the site for him. Planting at default, you can't play it from stairs, you can't play it from connector, and that will just be Null Ref falling down.
Something interesting as well that I noticed that round, Vitality don't have a person who can smoke top mid. What you saw earlier on was No Ref. He had to take 2 smokes, smoke once for connector, and then smoke mid himself all the way from underpass. Just slight elements that are giving No Dust 2 perhaps a bit of incentive to maybe go for this peek over towards top mid. Could be something that they're going to be looking to exploit over the next few rounds.
It is a smoke that everyone has to learn if you want to throw it instantly and have it be as unexploitable as possible. But instead, it will be the smoke towards Con and Short while they keep window open, and they even find a pick over towards the ramp. Danger getting angsty, gets pushy, and gets pushed back. Big kill for Dava as an entry into round number 7. Into the 4v5 we go. And there's information that there's someone close on Short as that smoke doesn't actually land in the connector as it was wanted to. It gives Nerubian a little bit to play around, and a push angle is now conceded. Vassar on the site, spotted, and Nerubian takes the fight, but Kenda is already towards top mid. He's going to get that kill back. Submachine gun falling by the wayside, and that's going to send the T's scrambling. If they've already pushed through the apartments up to top mid, where else could they be? Kenda gets another. Kenda gets the third! And suddenly the round is once again falling apart. The jungle player combined with the 2 mids to try and play this 3v2 for Dust 2. Shirty on the site has the AWP that he's picked up off a corpse of someone. Go for the nade towards connector. It's quite nice. Stuck though because the Molotov. Dava though gets Christie. This goes back and forth. The headshot is beautiful. He only saw the cranium, but he hits it. And now Zav is 1 versus 2 in his own right. More HP than these two combined, but surely stuck on the stairs for the time being. Shirty switches back to the M4, gets the tag, spamming through the wall, and Zav down to 21. This round is all but over. No time to play for. Nice kill. At least on the street, but the flash on top of default is just going to force this one into a double explosion if nothing else. The bullet's going to come through and Dava will get the kill, but he is just going to blow up with everyone else. As Veeam put the third on, but keep none alive.
Expensive round over for Veeam to lose. They bought an op into it. Now not going to be able to be used. They're keeping it close though. Much better showing than what they saw over on Inferno. Veeam clearly much more comfortable on this map as they look to tie us up with No Dust 2 on an eco.
Oh my.
Oh, what?
The double
How's
pistol
Nerubian
push
lost that?
through the palace. 1 versus 2 is always difficult in this game, no matter what weaponry you have by your side. And that's Nerubian falling. We talk about him having a monster Mirage with the potential to use that AWP all over the place. It's unfortunately not been the case so far. As Zav, I don't know where he died, but it was it was in T-Spawn. He was very aggressively pushed forward there. Christie realizing that they're turning around and just going to play towards top mid instead. As a weird smoke comes through from Vassar to smoke off a little bit from under. Not really sure what that achieves as Christie's just waiting. Footsteps surely heard at this distance as Veeam are running it towards the B site. All 4 members already committed here. And a little bit late for No Dust 2 to be rotating in, but Kenda still swings from the window and picks off one in the apartments. Anything named apartments, and that is exactly where he dominates. Vassar picks up another towards back site. Now it is a 2 versus 4. The elbow spotted. Kenda once again looking for more blood, gets the headshot. And now submachine gun caught from behind. Christie pushed from mid a little bit afterwards, gets that kill, picks up the AWP, 3 AKs, and that big green saved. And No Dust 2 again establish a dominant position.
The same kind of sentiment that you saw earlier on from Inferno, where No Dust 2 just go aggressive, take the unexpected timing, and Veeam aren't reading for it, not accounting for it. Of course, it's unexpected, and they just crumble because of it. No Dust 2 being able to employ it so effectively during their eco rounds makes every round dangerous still. And Veeam, what looked to be a game that they could tie up, they've now got a 2-round differential that they've got to make up here. No Dust 2 looking to tie up at least their CT side.
Do have Tech 9s. Can be very effective if you can get them into range. Somewhere like this A site, a reasonable opportunity to do exactly that. But look at how much pressure No Dust 2 already have across the map. They had someone push through underpass. Zav there getting the information and already choosing to rotate instead towards this A site. The Molotov deep on ramp. The smoke towards Palace tips Veeam off to the fact this may already be sniffed out. But they don't feel they can go anywhere else. They've seen the aggression that No Dust 2 have. They've seen how willing No Dust 2 are to just go pushing on the other side of the map and find themselves backed off. And look already, Dava watching T spawn because he's not convinced that they aren't already pushing from behind. The smoke's getting ready to execute onto this A site. A matter of time before it comes through. That smoke on ramp gonna fade, and here comes the pop. The smokes go over, the flashes come out, and the Palace player is actually first through the door. Zav dinked down into CT, but he finally gets the headshot back, and being an AK against Tech9 will win with the headshot fight. Danger from under is not cleared, gets 2 for himself, finally dealt with through the wall. Nice shot from Dava on the 180, but Vasar is waiting at the top of connector, and Shirty has just 3 HP to pull off heroics, pushes through the smoke, and gets dealt with in his own right.
Veeam-Tality's 5 stacks, not quite been working out for them. They're trying to group up together, play to account for the overextension from No Dust 2, but No Dust 2 just overextends over on B, gets all that information, like you said, Brew, and by the time Veeam-Tality decide to pop, it's already too little too late. 4 guns trained towards their push in from Palace. No Dust 2 now, at least a tied half.
And heard, Zav, here's Shirty coming. Here's the drop before the guy actually peeks. And because he's still jumping, Shirty didn't have a chance in that fight. Nerubian down to 5 HP as well, after taking a rough fight with Kendo. No armor on that AWP. Glass cannon, and dealt with accordingly, but still alive for the time being. And he's even going to get a kill back because Zav jumping into mid doesn't respect the timer of this AWP walking all the way around. Submachine going to be able to pick up that rifle that was dropped earlier on as Dava looking to swing from the ramp in his own right. Spots the guy at triple, but there comes the Molotov, and he's just forced away again. Nullref going to drop back, look for the CT smoke as he works that lineup out. The lurk smoke out from Dava as he swings out with that flash. He's able to get at least out towards Tetris. He can jump on top, but Daja is waiting, hiding underneath. The AWP from Nerubian dealt with in Palace, and now Vasar and Danger on the site are the duo that have to pull it together. They get the first, they get the second with Vasar. Danger's already fallen, but Dava now taken down incredibly low too. Hiding at Tetris, trying to play around these angles, gets dunked on by Kenda instead, and that's all at Submachine Gun, who's getting shot from both sides. One player in short, one player in connector, and it feels like he is just running out of time. Christie can't quite find the kill with the P250 because he has the AWP in hand, but Kenda swings from the window instead, and that will put round number 7 on the board. I mean, what do you do? What do you do?
Veeam-Tality have lost the plot over the past few rounds. It was a free 4 game at some point. Lost out these past 3 rounds, just gutting blows. And now they've still invested. Look at that. They decided to go all in on this round, and still on this half buy, looks to be just fast, punchy over towards B.
If in doubt, rush B.
Kenda and
Here comes the Molotov. They're going to smoke it out. They're going to try and push through. Kenda waiting at the van, picking up the first. No! Dava gets the kill instead, and that's huge. That's a massive swing. The nade is nice, but it's actually only going to get Dava down to 2 instead of finishing him up. Instead, it's Zav from Get Right who gets 2 back. Christie as well from the window, going to pick 1 more up as Dava's still surviving. Nerubi gets the kill as well, and Danger's in a 1v2. Hiding around the back of sight, gets the first, looks at the bomb planter who doesn't have the time to stick. Nerubian on the Mac 10 only, goes for the fight, but the M4 wins out. And the AK going to be saved by Danger. Kenda also, by the way, at $15,850. That guy had more than just a bank account. He had a whole life savings ready to spend on the final round of the half. And he will do exactly that, dropping weapons for his teammates. As No Dust 2 look to make it 9-3.
The luxury that they have now, all these finances, Veeam-Tality still got a buy going, all 5 AKs, a lot of utility as well, so this round, nothing but a foregone conclusion. Nothing. Oh, Shirty.
I don't like that smoke choice.
Smokes it off, okay.
It's not a good smoke. Like, you need, if you're going to throw that smoke, you can stand underneath. You can stand underneath and throw it against the rim, and that will be absolutely fine. It will drop straight downwards, and it will drop in the window. As it is, there's still a massive gap in that smoke that Christie can abuse if he so chooses to. Can swing towards top mid and does exactly that. Dava down to 44 because of the miss smoke from Shirty. He's getting his way up con though, and it hasn't been spotted just yet. Vasar looking there now from triple. Spots him but gets his head taken off in response. Shirty goes 1 for 1. Christie was there to trade from jungle. Into the 4v4 we go. Time still about a minute on the clock. Veeam feel penciled in to go towards the connector play. 0 people towards ramp, 0 people towards palace. They have to make this work, and Christie's the first target. They see his feet peeking out, and they find his head through the wall. Zav dropped into mid, but this is going to be dealt with by the player in close con. There it goes, Submachine Gun gets that kill. Kenda has managed to get one back on the board for his team, but he's stuck already towards CT spawn, and it's all onto Danger effectively. He accidentally gets the first, the second, and the third is just waiting for him. They line up. He gets the first by shooting for the bomb planter. The second is the bomb planter, and the third had no idea what hit them. Submachine Gun still waiting on the mid play, gets caught out. The Firebox Ninja style from Danger picks up the 9th, and yes, that's Firebox, not Ninja.
9-3. Same story as what we saw in Inferno. This time the sides swapped. So No Dust 2 have the task of pushing in, getting 4 rounds, and they will be crowned 3rd place. Veeam, everything to play for. Need to live up to their namesake if they want to be able to see map 3, if they want to be able to bring us all the way to Anubis. As we look at the scoreboard so far, your usual suspects lighting up. Kenda, 15-4. This guy's unreal.
Yeah. It doesn't matter where he is just popping off. We thought it was a Inferno-only thing, but he's bringing it to Mirage
He's
as
dropped
well.
a 50 bomb this series. That's at least a 50 bomb,
He's got to be
right?
up there. It's a whole lot of damage dealt, as we are getting that instant mid-smoke coming through from No Dust too. They've done their homework. They know how to smoke off top mid. They will do exactly that. 4 players waiting to burst out for the T's, and there they go. Getting some map control early on in this one, as Zav is going to smoke off short. The con to A play appears to be locked in, but there's 4 members of the CTs over here. They try and find the first. Kenda does indeed do that, looking for the second as well. Can't quite tap away with the Glock. Has to go for the reload, and they find themselves down half HP on most players, and Kenda no more having a head. Going to be Christie with that Tech 9, trying to jump out the window itself, and he wants to just go towards the other site entirely. Going to force the rotation at the very least here, as Null Ref is going to send it back towards the B site, but Dunge's still in the window, and another one, Christie going right back to Con, is going to finish off this round. Shirty picks him up with the dualies, and the Rubian with the final kill from short.
Good round there from Vitality, exactly what they needed to get the pep into the step. Perhaps on the CT side, as they've mentioned, this is where they think that they are strongest. They've always been centralized along CT, perhaps Mirage no more different. Goodbye, heavily invested. On the other side, basically a full save from No Dust 2, as they all seem to veer towards this B side.
Null Ref has a Negev. Just want to bring that up because it's a thing. And Dunja also eats 61 health from that nade. Beautiful bit of utility there from Dava, catching them as they all run towards the underpass. Gonna go with the pop flash through the window. Love that lineup. He goes for the swing, gets the first, and then also gets out. Most importantly there, he gets out. Looking for more. If anyone wants to present themselves, he can go swing into mid. Doesn't expect Dunja there, but he has the crosshair adjustment. Looking now into further, gets himself the third, and it's just Christie left alive. Mac 10 with body armor. Not going to do much against this LMG, but at least going to be spotted here by Null Ref as he finally starts to walk down towards short and gets his face painted across the wall.
Not a lot of utility used as well from Vitality, so they'll have a very good buy. They'll be playing on house money this round at the very least. Notice 2 now. Yeah.
Okay.
The rest of the team, though, able to contribute now, Vitality.
Interesting.
It's alright.
Did they throw 2 window smokes? They threw 2 just in case. One of them not landing, the second one did. Interesting. I mean, that's one way to try and grab mid control. They're going to flash into the connector. They are already up here, 20 seconds into the round, and they've basically already claimed mid. The CT side now has a much tougher time of trying to play this round out, especially against the firepower that No Dust 2 possess, both in terms of the players and in terms of the AKs that they wield. Danger into the window, picks up first blood, and Dava gets caught trying to do something to stop this mid push from coming in. Kenda towards the B site is going to go 1-for-1. Zav behind him getting obliterated by that Negev, but look at where Shorty has gotten himself to. He's running down top mid when Christie is in the window and the bomb is being planted on B. He went aggressive, and he should have a timing onto short if he wants it, but they have to deal with Christie first. They know this is a possibility, and Christie just saw that gun. That didn't appear out of nowhere. That's a player, my friend, and that's a kill going your way. Now Shirty is the last alive. Nice tag from, I believe, that is Kenda, and Christie is there to finish things off. 10th on the ball for No Dust 2. They pick up that gun round. And Veeam don't win that bonus at all, but it was just a bonus. They have this round to play around.
Not much more rounds to play around. Do you have double digits now for No Dust 2? It's a round that they were expected to win, fair enough, but with only 3 rounds left to be crowned the victor, Veeam running on borrowed time. Everything from here on out here, the margin for error is so much smaller.
It's going to be tested as well.
Rubian
spots the shoulder, gets the tag going both ways, and gets out of dodge. Sa waiting up mid as there's already someone into the window. Christie again. He's already walked forward, and Zav just walked through a smoke and got a first pick. I mean, Christie is in such an insane position. Palace has already got the kill onto jungle as well, and Christie just saw the rotate going through. Nerubian gets one from CT as Dava goes 1-for-1 in his own right. And now Zav as well picks up Nerubian, and they know where this last player is. They saw him rotate through. They know exactly where Null Ref is hiding. Christie is already on that flank. He could have gone for the knife, instead chooses to go with that headshot on the Mac 10 instead. I understand it. I don't. I would have appreciated the knife more. But to put 11th on the board, I guess you may as well take the most confident route.
First gun round goes the way No Dust 2. Veeam, what little reprieve they got from that initial pistol, slowly starting to dwindle. They're forced again onto a save. This time they can't rely on a pop-in from B. This time they're gonna have to defend somehow by hook or by crook.
The util really not there in terms of how much they have left over. Nice early start in terms of that flashing towards mid, as I was saying, but they are already pushed away, and Kenda's already got first blood. He's swinging out from the Palace. He finally gets dealt with, but Shirty, his position is known, his days are numbered. He is also gone from the round. Dava getting dunked on in the ladder room. The last alive after Danger picks up Null Ref in the apartments. And he has to drop down, has to be heard. I mean, how do you even play this at this point? One player close, one player far. They pick it up together. Christie with some great movement, by the way. That window jump into ladder is not the easiest to land, but he nails it first try without even having to think about it. Gets that kill and puts No Dust 2 up to 7 map points, 7 series points, if we want to phrase it that way instead.
7 chances against an uninspiring buy. No Dust 2 have the best chance to close it out right here, right now.
A little bit dangerous. Swinging before the mid-smoke had popped. Causes a little bit of strife, but he gets out without taking too much damage. Dava, the one swinging, Zav gets him down through the metal plate. Nerubian holding on to window. Shoots out the window itself in ladder as he's just swinging, hoping that someone walks into his crosshair, but Zav is underneath it. And that's why Nerubian has no more face to play with. Swinging now from jungle is Zav. He gets onto submachine gun, goes to the reload at the perfect time. No one there to swing anymore, as it feels like Veeam have no more swing left in them. Zav picking up 4 in the final round. The other kill going to Kenda on the flank. And that is No Dust 2 taking 3rd place without too much sweat. It was a 13-3 followed by a 13-5 as they get this over the line pretty easily.
Congratulations to them. No Dust 2 off the back of some amazing mechanics and some good CS overall. They're able to claim 3rd place, pulling back at least some solace from losing to need backup. No Dust 2 I mean, they've impressed through and through. Mirage, supposedly a question mark. An anomaly. As we see Vitality, they still put up a good fight. Had some good ideas. No ref. This was a very nice clutch as well. And I mean, it really was just no dust to show. Zav in particular is impressed this time around, I would say. And I mean, what more is there to say? Very well played. Aimers map. They aimed very well. And no dust too. Very deserved winners of third place.
Punishing Vitality on their map pick and their opponents. It was just kind of start to end on this one. The no dust 2 show. It got close. Got to 4-3. But that's as close as it was after the pistol round itself. But just felt like no dust 2 always had a stranglehold on this one. Vitality felt it slipping away. They just couldn't stop the tide. They couldn't stem the bleeding. They unfortunately just ended up taking that L. They still get a reasonable response though. 4th place is pretty damn good in their own right. But I'm sure they would have loved to get something else going their way today. At the end of the day, effectively over 4, which never feels great, right? Even when you're playing by yourself, playing with your friends, getting those losses stacking up just doesn't quite feel as fun as it does when you're winning. But at any rate, I hope that they did indeed have some fun, as it has been quite the experience for both of these teams. Massive grind out yesterday, 3 best of 1s, as they put themselves in position to move forward in the groups. And there's that danger one. That's insane. They put themselves in great position to have a chance today, but unfortunately, Mayonnaise and No Dust 2, just a bit too much for Vitality to say anything against. No Dust 2 found some worthy opposition earlier, and they gave us one hell of a semi-final. Then it just felt like they were a cut above Vitality today, as they were yesterday in some regards.
Yeah, and Vitality though, they can't walk away, heads held high. It is still no easy feat to get into playoffs. The streets will not forget their game against Dada loss. That was an outstanding showing. Absolutely proved themselves worth here at the playoffs. It's just a shame that their playoff run has ended in such lackluster fashion. But regardless, much congrats to them. And I mean, what else is there to say? Can't wait to see what they have to think about the game. Can't wait to hear some of their opinions, particularly because I think this time around it's a completely different showing from what we've seen from over at the semifinals. This time around, a lot more just everyone coming alive. They took some time to warm in towards the game, but it's come through. And I mean, that was, I think, the biggest difference, the biggest change that they were able to make. Congratulations, No Dust 2, for being on the podium in the Veeam Counter-Strike 2 event.
Yeah, there is that podium. Still the top 2 places waiting to be decided. That will, of course, be on the A stream. But before then, we're going to have some interviews of our own to conduct before we send it solely over to that A stream, which has an insane map 1 going on right now, by the way. They're still on map 1. It is in a number of overtimes that I would have to count. Give me a second. It's 2020, so whatever that means, however many overtimes that is. That is hold on. I'm trying to work out. I'm still trying to work out how many overtimes is that. Am I? One puts it to 15-15. 2 goes 8. This is triple OT. We're in triple OT on the A stream in map 1.
That's insane. The fact that it's going to triple OT, I mean, it just goes to show anyone can win out from anywhere. Mayonnaise look to be one of the best teams, and still the fact that it's going all the way through. I mean, Cluj-Napoca, who? Doesn't matter. It's grand finals over there. Come watch us over here at Veeam.
Yeah.
Regardless, I mean, what a way to end. I mean, regardless, third place match now finished. It's a good bit of entertainment. Now we can go watch StreamB. Much heater of a match over there. I'm excited to see how that one's going to unfold.
Yeah. Well, we have to see indeed. As the interview is ready, so we will
Can you
send
hear
it over
me?
to
Because
the
I cannot hear. Oh, okay.
Star
Okay.
coming in for us all. There we are. Hello.
Hello, hello.
How did you find that?
Can you hear me?
How much fun did you have playing? Yeah, we can
Okay.
hear you, my guy.
Mhm.
How did you find playing this tournament?
It was pretty fun for me because even more because I'm not a CS player. I'm just a casual player who just plays other FPS shooters. And when one of my colleagues just called me, "Hey, can you just sign up?" I I did it, and so I guess we played really good. And even if we can. If we would play better on that last map on Overpass, we can just went straight to the final. But it is what it is. The opponents were playing better.
Yeah, and not even just need backup playing better to be able to bring you guys over or put you guys down to this first place match, but I feel like a lot of your team really came alive in that last few round, particularly playing with players like Zav, Kenda, who are always just impressing us over here on the stream. What's it like playing with those kind of players? And like how's it feel playing with like players like that who are just able to pull off amazing plays time in and time out?
Yeah, I didn't hear the question because the tech guy was muted.
Okay.
So
how
it's unfortunate.
how's it like playing with how's it like playing with Zav
Now
and
I can
Kenda?
hear.
Because they looked amazing on our side.
Mhm. Yeah, they're really good players. So and Xafa was our AGL in game. So I guess if some of our team members were playing bad, I guess we can just leave that heavy burden from him and help more. But it's I guess. It's always like this when you have like this pop team, a random team that's we usually do not play like a team a bit, maybe some kind of GMs or Premier here or there, but it was pretty fun, and Kenda itself were playing really good. They were carrying us.
And it looked really fun to watch as well because you felt really free by the looks of things that best in that third place playoff. I feel like you're a little bit tense going into that semi-final, a little bit of pressure on yourselves. You took that pressure off and you certainly had some fun. And unfortunately, Veeam-Tality were the recipients of your fun.
Yeah, for sure. I guess the more problem for us on this semifinal was like basically utility, because we played utility heavy maps, and a lot of us don't know how to throw good utility, like to prevent pushes or maybe to make some retakes. So and that's why we just got annihilated on Nuke, and then on Overpass 2, especially in the late rounds when it was really matter. But it is what it is.
Yeah, well, won't keep you long here, Vasar. I'm sure that you and your team probably
Mhm.
want to have a few words, exchange a few congratulations. So if there's anything you want to say, floor is yours. You can take it away.
Mhm. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the stream. Thank the company for this great tournament. It was a pleasure for us to play. And thank for the casters, because you did a really great job. I watched the previous games and I enjoyed it a lot. Thank you, guys. And thank you everyone who watched the stream. I hope you enjoyed it as well. And have a great day. Thank you.
Oh, good. Well, thank you for joining us. I
Thank
hope you had an
Vasar.
amazing time
That
as
was
well.
yeah. Thanks, Vasar. GG's.
Oh, I believe we're trying to get one
Well,
more in
that
as well.
just does it.
I believe we're trying to get someone, unfortunately, on the losing side of that previous match. We lining up right now, but we can have a little look at least what's happening in the grand final, because I'm still fascinated by this series. They have made it into quadruple overtime, just in case you were interested. Need backup. Looks like they've managed to get round 23 in their not as in like round 23, but in their 23rd round. They nearly played 2 games of Counter-Strike at this point just to get one map in their favor. This thing is a slog.
Yeah, and I mean that's so amazing. That's so surprising because Mayonnaise, we thought was going to be head and shoulders above the rest, and we saw bits and pieces of Need Backup, who I believe played against me on Easy 13-1, thought was really poor, and then they come in today, they play a completely different game, and we're like, okay, maybe there's a chance that it could be competitive, but my god, I did not expect it to go as competitive as this. This is truly down to the wire. And I think that's just the beauty of CS. You never know who's going to win. And that's kind of been exhibited as well in our games, right? Like,
Yeah.
we knew to score before. We knew it was 13-8. We thought Inferno was going to be maybe not close, still definitely, but there were problems. There were poles that were being pressed out from No Dust 2, and this time around, they've absolutely shocked us. And they've come through, developed a strong game. In particular, I think Zev now, I'm painted in a new light, because I didn't realize he was IGLing and putting up that kind of performance.
Yeah.
Really deserves to get his flowers, I think, alongside Kenda.
Yeah, amazing performance all round. Okay, I think unfortunately we aren't able to get that second stream, so this is all we have for the B stream. Make sure you tune into the A stream because they are still going on map 1. Lots more Counter-Strike to be played over there as Need Backup look to get their third CT round in a row, and that might be enough to finally get them Ancient. I think the difference for them, something you were alluding to, No Dust 2. The fact that A, they played them, B, they beat them, and C, it's not in the map pool for that grand final. But that is all we have for today. I hope you enjoyed watching the B stream. We have been the Dream Team. I have been Rue. This has been Amu. As I say, please do check out that A stream because it is looking like some very fun Counter-Strike over there. But we will see you guys another time. Enjoy.
Good night.
After all this time, you're still on my mind, baby. I can't get rid of you. You're still on my mind. Until the day I die, I'll keep you on my mind with me. I can't get rid of you. You're my sweet escape. I don't know if I'm still in love. I don't know if I'll give it up. But I know that I am enough. I know. Been thinking about you every day. Been thinking if you were okay. I ask myself what I would say if I saw you one day. You're still on my mind, baby. I can't get rid of you. You're still
Haters, come drop that. Haters, come drop that.
You don't cry, you're not strong enough to care. Getting lost in my own pain, not in the game. One more dance to see me. I've been hoping we could try. Not a lie alone tonight. I will never have the life you stole. Now I'm keeping everything in my soul. If you call me in the night, I will ask you every time. Can you breathe with me? In another life, I'm feeling colder than you like. But tonight, I feel it's time to override the tale. I gotta pick you up, rewind. Your wicked word that crushed my mind. You put me on the line. I'm burning, run away, that's all you do. And I've got enough of you. The silence spell to get me through, bring harmony for you. Together where this pain has got to go, I've got to grow. Can you pray for me? At the 11th hour, people fail to pass the test. Holding out for a last chance, the heart to relapse. One more light to take me, and I hope that you won't try. 'Cause I don't wanna know if I get out. If
look at me. Why have you been avoiding me so much lately? Did I do something wrong, or was it maybe something I said? I'm going crazy thinking about it.
Didn't do anything.
Say you're sorry, darling. Say it's all your fault. Say you miss me and you wish that you answered my calls. Say you're not done falling. Say our love is hard. Say you're waiting for me, that you wanna press restart.
Mercedes.
Blinding lights, lost in your eyes, feeling the pressure. You and I, spending the night, chasing forever. For you, oh no, I'd be your one and only. Don't let me go, don't leave me lonely. Say you'll stay through the pain, say you won't go running. Let me in through your veins, get off of my loving. след оставляю. Себя как молодым я ощущаю. Слова твои в моей памяти тают. Но я в моей ночи тебя вспоминаю. Ты ушла, но буду скучать. Слезы на стёклах, как знак обмана. Я один в этом мире страданий. Твой час учит твоей раны.